Good morning. This is Gregory McLaren, Chair of the Smoke Management Advisory Committee. We're convening the meeting today, our semi-annual. And welcome, and we'll do a roll call around. You want Kyle? You want to?
Kyle Lewis,
Scott Hansen, non-industrial forest landowner rep.
Thank you all. Great. Good to have you here, Jim.
Christina Clemens, Smoke Management Field Coordinator.
Thank you, Christina.
Jim Holschbach, Deputy Chief of Policy and Planning with the Oregon Department of Forestry. Okay, I'm going to walk through the Zoom list just for folks who can get their introductions in here. Let's go with Jennifer Horton.
Yeah, Jennifer Horton, Oregon DEQ, Air Quality Coordinator.
Thank you. Margaret Miller.
Hi, Margaret Miller, Oregon DEQ, Smoke Management Planner and Forester.
Gary Vota.
Gary Vota, meteorologist, ODF.
Pete Parsons.
Hi, Pete Parsons, Oregon Department of Forestry, Smoke Management Lead Meteorologist.
Gabriella Goldfarb.
Hi, Gabriella Goldfarb, Environmental Public Health Section Manager at the Oregon Health Authority.
Peter Brewer.
Oregon DEQ, I'm Air Quality Wildfire Coordinator and Air Quality Coordinator in our Eastern region.
And Sherry Pugh.
I'm a meteorologist with Smoke Management, ODF.
Okay. Thank you all.
Yes, thank you all.
Okay. So we had a few things in our openings section here. So we went through a roll call to get a record of who's in attendance for the meeting. As for the minutes review from last meeting, those were sent out last week or so to committee members for feedback. For those notes, if you could return any comments back to Shelby Berry for compilation of that would be of any note, as well as if you have no edits or comments, please note that to her as well. And then that'll be compiled into the record for posting with the committee files.
Gregory. Thanks, Tim. Very good. Keep going.
So for this process in particular, I wanted to walk through a few things. We were talked about this in January of having a little bit of a transition of style with the meetings to move through business a little bit differently, utilizing Zoom and its capabilities to help utilize technology to assist with those record of what we discuss with those portions. So as a note, the meeting is being recorded for today, and that's going to be serving as the record for minutes as we move forward. So we'll have those there. We have a staff that's compiling important discussions, action items, requests by the committee for the department to highlight the top of the discussions to have a bulleted list of to-dos for either requests for information for the future committee meetings or points to have clarification or put on for future agendas. That'll be attached as a meeting summary after the meeting's complete, along with the agenda and any of the text in the chat as well. That should help with compiling the information in a more concise manner instead of having pages of meeting minutes to review and discuss. So we're trying to look through some efficiencies, and also with those adjustments of looking through with some feedback as well on thoughts on that process. So we'll get into that at the close of the meeting of thoughts on the meeting facilitation for this one, as it is a little bit different.
This is Gregory, Chair. The minutes aren't going to be approved as they have been in the past. We're using them as a record, as a touch point for things that we may want to follow up on in the future, either with staff or in a full-fledged, semi-annual meeting, or maybe in a special meeting if needed. And mind you, part of the reason why there's not minutes that are being approved as one would have in a public testimony circumstance is that we're simply advisory. We have discussions around the notion of around the charter of the smoke management program and around the charter of the Smoke Management Advisory Committee. But as such, we don't make any decisions per se, other than this is a line of thought we want to pursue, like we did with the polyethylene covering and the research that went into that. Then there was lots of dialogue and we left lots of tracks, because it ultimately, in the case of the polyethylene covering of piles and use in prescribed burning, there was actually a research paper that was produced and published. And it was important that those be very, very carefully constructed, both to match up with research protocols, as well as the fact that the Department of Forestry and DEQ were involved in this research project and they wanted to leave appropriate tracks. Thank you.
Okay, so the next topic up on the agenda is the committee agency reports. What I'd like to do with that is reshuffle them a little bit in order, and I'd like to start with DEQ.
Go ahead, Margaret.
Okay, let me just pull up what I outlined so that I don't miss anything. So give me 1 second. And I'm getting a lot of people messaging me about things they need right now, but okay. So I am gonna kind of run through an outline that I sent, and I can share my screen if that's easier, if people like a visual with their, verbal updates. So let me go, or do you want me to share my screen, or is that too hard? Nope, I can. Nope, I can't. So I'll just do a verbal update. That's fine. So what I was going to talk about is I was going to give a quick update about the Senate Bill 762 pass-through funding. As you all know, DEQ did receive about $1.5 million to do some community pass-through funding. And we have obligated all of that funding. So that has to be spent down by June of 2023. And we are in contracts now for staffing and implementation of the previous, of the previous community response plans that were developed from that special legislative funding we got following the updated smoke management plans. And those projects are underway. They're doing well. There's various things that they're implementing. Some are putting in like kiosks in town centers and various ways to communicate about smoke. We are doing development of additional community smoke response plans. That's in Jackson County, Union County, Klamath County, and then in the Columbia Gorge. So the contract is actually with Wasco, but it covers Hood County, Hood River as well. And then we're doing some projects on smoke mitigation and alternatives to burning. We awarded that to a soil and water conservation district, a nonprofit, the South Willamette Solutions, and a biomass company. And we're also communicating with a prospective source tester to do emissions research on the air curtain incinerators, which is a technology that a lot of forest managers are interested in. In terms of community response plans, those are working and underway. We are in the process of reviewing some annual reports, but starting in from this point forward, annual reports will be reviewed on a calendar year. That just keeps it more consistent with other reports that are submitted to ODF. The communities that have 1 hour exemptions still remain Bend, Ashland, and Enterprise. We're working with Lakeview to finalize their OR alerts before they will potentially resubmit and want to have a 1 hour exemption. Oak Ridge is in the process of a redesignation right now. They were a non-attainment area, which meant that they were not able to apply for a 1-hour exemption, but once they do have redesignation, then that will be a possibility for them. I wanted to touch quickly on the biomass utilization working group. We're doing a lot of work there that's guiding some of the emissions research that we're doing. So there is a group that guides all ACI work. We also developed a general permit for air curtain incinerators, and that is actually out for public comment right now. And so anyone's welcome to take a look at it and provide comments on that general permit. We are in the process of completing a compliance guide for those utilization technologies. So every type, a biomass plant, a biofuels plant, a pyrolysis plant, all of these different utilizations of biomass, they do have environmental permitting. And we want to make sure that that isn't a barrier to the actively developing or endorsing those alternatives. So we're working on a really user-friendly compliance guide. That's a guide that's supposed to be able to be public facing. It's not like an internal guide, it's a public guide. We are also working with the Association of Loggers as a lead for workforce development around utilization of forest slash. And we are incentivizing biomass utilization, working with both Oregon Department of Forestry and ODO on figuring out if there's a way through renewable energy credits or RECs. And then I wanted to quickly talk on some work that we're doing that touches the small woodlot owners. And that is, we co-hosted a slash management outside of ODF protection boundary training in May. We had over 50 attendees. That was in partnership not only with Oregon Department of Forestry, but with the Natural Resource Conservation Services. Natural Resource Conservation Services is going to be cost sharing a lot of funding for forest management plan development. And we wanted to make sure that those plans are written in a way that are mindful of ways in which you can address slash outside of ODF protection boundary, which as you're going to find out in this meeting, it has limitations as compared to inside ODF protection boundary. DEQ also did meet with Scott Hansen, and we are talking with our compliance and legal specialists about burning outside of ODF protection boundary and how that is interpreted, which I'm happy to take questions on. I assume there might be questions on that. And then I want to talk about the NACS review for the PM 2.5. We have heard, but obviously we won't know until we get officially notified through the federal registers, that the intention is to address the is not to address the short-term concentration. It's only to reduce the long-term. So this would mean that it's not gonna, it's still gonna have an impact. And what I have here is kind of showing actually how much of an impact it will have. So on the left are right there in the yellow line is the annual standard. And the reason that the yellow line is not just a thin line is because that's kind of showing what we think it may be changed to. So, right now it's at 35. So it will be changed to something lower. And so if you didn't exclude wildfire smoke impacts, those communities would all be technically in non-attainment. And if you do exclude them, then you can bring a vast majority of those under and not in non-attainment. But you'll note that there are some that are still likely to be impacted. And so it's something that we need to be mindful of, but also we will have to make exceptional event demonstrations. So this is also to point out that there's a lot of air quality work ahead of us, because exceptional event demonstrations are in very intense amount of information that you have to put in there to obviously proved that it was wildfires, which seems very obvious to everybody. So we're working through how come we have to provide so much information about this, but so I wanted to make sure that I touch on the daily. So if you want to scroll down, I also wanted to touch on the monitoring update. So not much has changed since our January discussion on the monitor, but we are finalizing agreements with both St. Helens and McMinnville school districts to do monitoring at their sites. That's part of the previous monitoring expansion. Just a reminder that it's about to get very hot, and that means that ozone season is going to be underway. And so we probably will be having some of our first ozone advisories. The Senate Bill 762 did provide an expanded monitoring network, and we are working with our monitoring governance committee about identifying those locations. And then we're working with our public information officers to offer some opportunity for stakeholder input about those locations. And I am happy to act as the liaison to make sure that the SMAC and everybody who wants it gets information about when that opportunity to provide input is available. And now I'm happy to take any questions.
Have any questions for Margaret?
Yeah, Gregory. Margaret, Kyle Williams for record here. Can you remind me of that NACS standard review, the timeline for that?
Yeah, I mean, I can give you what we know at this point, which is we think it's early 2023 that we're gonna be hearing about what the determination is.
Okay, and apologies again, because I probably should know this already, but what's the input process into that discussion? Is it kind of in the national black box? That's how it works, or?
So I don't know all the terminologies, but the NACS is a health standard. And so unlike, regional haze or some of these other ones that might be visibility, this one is very much tied to health standards. So I don't remember what the board is called, but there's a group of medical researchers that get together, and Gabriella might actually know what this group's called, but it has like a term, and I literally heard it yesterday, but it went out my head. And that group meets and they look at all of the most recent research about health and particulate, and then they make a determination on what, yes, okay, great. And I am so glad that I invited Aaron to the EPA rep to this. So that's noted in the chat for the record. And that health review committee, I think, is underway right now. And then we'll get notice. And Aaron might be able to jump in and say, but what I've heard is early 2023, but maybe it's something different now.
This is Gregory. One question for, I guess, probably yourself, Margaret, as well as Aaron. Is there any probability at all that what they will do is drop the standard from 2.5 to say 1.75 or 1.5, being the size of the particulate?
Yeah, Aaron said that she doesn't have any more information, and I definitely don't know the answer to that question. But Gabriella may know something. So.
It's Gabriella Goldfarb, Oregon Health Authority. So Gregory, what they would do is show the amount in micrograms per cubic liters of PM 2.5. I have not heard of any move to identify smaller particles. The changes would be around at what levels of particles in the air are we seeing health effects? And the science has been showing at lower and lower amounts of particulates, 2.5 microns in size, showing health effects at lower levels of those particles in the air. So that's my understanding of what changes.
Thank you very much, both of you.
Yeah, and it is concentration based. So like you were hearing, microns per cubic meter. Are there any other questions? That one's a tricky one because it's like a lot of unknowns. But I do want to be forthcoming about the, about the communities that could potentially be impacted in terms of the amount of demonstration work to explain that a lot of that is exceptional events.
So, thanks, Margaret. And for the link in the chat and for the folks in the room of what that is, that's the Clean Air Scientific Advisory Committee is the review, is the name of that CASAC acronym. Okay. With that, Margaret, you had to segue in the tail end of there over to your work with OSWA. So how about we go with Scott with the next report here.
Good morning, everyone. Again, Scott Hansen, the non-industrial forest landowner. That's one of the caps I wear. I've been involved with small woodland owners for, gosh, over probably a couple decades now, but and I've been on OSWA, Oregon Small Woodland Association. That's, I guess, a subset of the non-industrial forest landowners, and Clackamas County Farm Forestry Association is a chapter within OSWA, and I've been involved with those folks too. So the reason I bring that up is I don't have too many statistics to share with you on the non-forest land owners, but OSWA, we have done some surveys in the last 3 or 4 years that we can talk about here a little bit. But so anyway, I talked to Gregory here maybe 6 weeks ago, and he asked me he said, maybe, Scott, what we need is like a 1-page report. So I'm offering that to the group this morning. And we're getting at this notion that different forest land owners are in different protection districts and have different administrative rules. Now, what you folks talk about here, every time we meet is ODF, Forest Protection District, and and the smoke management plan, which we've, so that fits hand in glove, because we have people that are in that area. In 2010, we came to find out that we have some forest land owners that actually aren't in the ODF Forest Protection District, and those are the rules. There are from DEQ. DEQ has administrative rules, and the folks that enforce those rules are the local fire protection districts. The folks that know a whole heck of a lot about how to put out house fires and that sort of things. They don't necessarily have forestry staff that you folks, of course, at ODF would have. So one of the next questions I had with Gregory was, well, what is the extent of this problem? And it's like, well, we need to check into that. So in our membership survey, we asked folks to answer that question. And from the folks that responded to that, about 24% said that they are outside the district. And so they fall under these DEQ rules. So you might ask a question, well, are these DEQ rules, are they more strict than the ODF rule, the smoke plan rules? And I would answer yes to that, because near large towns, going out 6 miles from large towns, actually folks aren't allowed to burn in that area. So the next point I brought up was reviews, and everyone around the table here and you folks on Zoom know we spent a chunk of time a couple of years ago doing a 5-year review of the smoke management plan with a lot of different stakeholders, and came up with some significant changes this last go around. So I asked, one of my questions with the DEQ folks was, do you do a similar thing at DEQ with your rules? And it sounds like they aren't really mandated DEQ to do that. And they do make some tweaks in their administrative rules, but not on a, a multi-year basis necessarily. And perhaps some of the rules out there maybe have been in effect for 20 years now. So I start wondering, just in my brain here, is would it make any sense that if DEQ, had the resources to do, maybe just a double check on their rules and see if they're still, totally appropriate right now, given that, I was looking at the statistics for wildfires. I think in the last 5 years, I can name about 4 or 5 wildfires that they add up to 1 million acres. So wildfires are really part of our story here too, and so hence, the more prescribed burning we might do might make some small dent maybe in the wildfire situation. So some background there. Then lastly, what might we do? And if they were to modify DEQ, some of their rules, again, this notion of 6 miles out from town is I don't know where, the science behind that, how they came up with that, but would a shorter distance still protect folks adequately from prescribed burning? I've talked to Margaret about letter permits. It sounds like in the, these metropolitan counties, we call them here, Clackamas and Washington and probably Multnomah too, that letter permits apparently are not allowed there. I guess they are allowed in some of the other less populous parts of the state. And particularly, I think I've heard in Northeast Oregon, they have some letter permits out there. We've talked a little bit also about this mastication and chipping. And, there's kind of good and bad in that too. We're told we need to use less fossil fuels. And I think you're all aware of what gasoline and diesel prices are now. So if it was expensive before to do some of that chipping and mastication, I guess it's a little more expensive probably today. Another idea that brought up by Margaret was this notion of lop and scatter. I believe what we mean by that is like loppers. You would perhaps have a contract with a logger to go in and create a hole, in say there's a 6 inches or a foot high debris, and to plant that seedling, to come in and use loppers and scatter the small limbs, so you could do this reforestation obligation that you have with the state. I think it's to get in trees within the next 2 years, I believe, after harvest. So anyway, that's it, what I had. And this is just an attempt at kind of documenting what I've talked about earlier. So if there's any questions, I will try to answer them for you.
Can I jump in?
Pardon me?
Oh, I was just wondering if I could jump in a little bit and
Go ahead, Margaret. Yeah, anything in our conversation or otherwise, please.
Yeah, so obviously I am promoting, investigating these alternatives, especially in areas outside of ODF protection boundary, because they are managed under different rules. But I will say that I'm working ODF, and I'm sure Tim can speak on this a little bit greater detail. ODF has 3 new positions. They're looking to make sure that the fire protection laws and regs are all in alignment and working good. And with that, includes looking at the ODF protection boundary, which could potentially be something that is investigated in terms of, if it's forested, it may actually be well suited to be in the ODF protection boundary and not to the rural fire districts. And so those 3 positions I think are going to be really, really valuable. And I'm glad that ODF has embraced those. And I've already been reached out to by those positions. In terms of another thing that I want to point out that when we talk to our legal team is the way slash is defined has to do with the management objective. And so it's about, it truly is about timber. And so if a small woodland owner's objective is not timber focused, so if the small landowner's objective, like we talked about, Scott, is wildlife habitat, or they want to do something other than this, according to our legal team, they potentially fall not within slash management, like slash burning. It may be that they fall within debris burning. And so there may actually be a window of burn opportunity. And it's just about knowing what they actually fall into. And I do think, yes, that's sort of complicated and we need to figure that out. But I think there is an opportunity to figure that out. And we do have plans to open 264, which is the rules that you're citing for DEQ, and do a robust review of them. So that is actually a goal of ours. But I just figured I would put that out there. And then lop and scatter, what I was meaning by that was more of a simplification of the mastication. It's simply writing it into the contract that the slash would be scattered and crushed by the equipment that's already there. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Thanks, Margaret. Let's go with round out with OHA with Gabriella.
So all unmuted. Good morning. Thanks for some time on your agenda. I wanted to highlight for OHA, talking about Senate Bill 762, just briefly mention that OHA's role under that bill relates to cleaner air spaces for residences and supporting Department of Human Services in creating community cleaner air spaces. And so just as an FYI, that actually operation is being, the residential part of it is providing the smoke filtration devices. We should be providing 5,000 of them in those priority smoke impacted areas to people through our Oregon Health Plan Medicaid shop that has access to the health data, so they know kind of they can work with the care organizations that provide care to those clients to identify people who have respiratory, cardiovascular, cerebrovascular conditions that make them more susceptible. So just as an FYI on the implementation, and then planning to get another 5,000 out the following summer. And similarly, there's a grant program launching through Department of Human Services to make grants available to local governments and tribes to fortify their public buildings to make them cleaner air spaces. And there was another bill in the legislature in 2022 to expand, not only make sure that they're not only resilient to smoke, but also resilient to heat and temperature extremes, heat and cold. So on the public health front, really appreciate the legislature's support for that work. Separately, I wanted to let you know, I've talked before about how we are building capacity through something called public health effort, again, legislatively supported to modernize Oregon's public health system to allow local public health authorities, tribal health departments, and community-based organizations to give them the capacity to work on climate-related impacts to health. And certainly at the top of that list is wildfire smoke. And the local public health authorities, the county folks who we really want to be involved in the community response planning, for example, while they got funding starting last summer to do this work, unfortunately, we went through several more COVID peaks that kept them very busy, but they're now getting underway and starting to develop their plans and hire people. And hiring has also been a real challenge. So it's going more slowly than we want, but I just wanted to flag that we expect to have more and more local public health capacity to partner in these efforts, and to have those kind of trusted local health voices make sure that expanded prescribed burning can go forward while still protecting public health. So, and then we also have rolled out grants to community-based organizations to build their capacity. And we did a braided funding opportunity that funded, had opportunities for community-based organizations who, especially through the COVID response, we have now recognized as part of the public health system to also transition and build their capacity to do kind of climate and health and emergency preparedness work. And part of what we've funded about 177 or so community-based organizations for tobacco, for suicide prevention, for all kinds of things. But a chunk of them, about 40 of them, are working on climate and health, and a lot of them paying attention to smoke. And those also can be really local trusted folks who can get to community members that maybe are harder to reach because of language or social status or whatever. So we're just building capacity, and it might seem a little abstract, but from our perspective and what we're doing in my program, we're trying to build that local community resilience, helping people connect to each other and get educated about these things, and be able to support, in part, the prescribed burning implementation in a way, again, that protects health. So I will stop there and happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Gregory, good discussions on a tough subject.
Any questions for Gabriella or OHA? Okay, thank you. With that, I'll hop in here for ODS, just update to the committee on what's been going on since our last spring meeting here, or back in January. So we went from winter, where we had a persistent drought, through a spring deluge of atmospheric rivers through the springtime, and we still have a drought when we came out of the end of it. So I think we're coming into fire season. Now a few districts are popping in over the last couple weeks. We expect with the warming trends coming in, and it looks like the precipitation is about ready to turn off for a while, and the heat's coming in, that we'll have more districts popping into fire season. So just like that, it turned from a cold, dreary, long, extended springtime into summer, right around the first day of summer officially. So with that, it was a nice reprieve to give a little bit of break from what we've had or what we've been having over 5, 6, 7, 8 month long fire seasons over the last few years. Last year, about this time, almost all ODF districts were in fire season at this point. So just for some perspective there. So operationally, we're the department's switching gears and completing our preparedness activities, our seasonal hiring, and making sure we're trained and staffed appropriately for that. We did have a unique opportunity to take advantage of with the additional rains this year of helping out our partner agencies and states around the country, and got some great training opportunities for our folks down in Texas, New Mexico, and I believe we have about 20 people in Alaska right now as well. Even folks in Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Arizona throughout the springtime. So got some excellent training opportunities, got some new folks with some new qualifications, and they're all ready to go, knock the rust off and ready to go to fight fire in Oregon throughout the summer here. So that was a neat opportunity. We always like taking advantage of those to repay the favors to our assisting states that have so graciously over the last few years assisted us in the summer. It's nice to be able to send folks over their way in their time of need as well. So with that, hopping from operations over into the policy aspects, there's been you heard DEQ and OHA talk a bit about Senate Bill 762, and that's been a continuing implementation project for the Department of Forestry as well. everything from restoration projects, small woodlands grants for the mitigation project side, along with development of a statewide wildfire risk map and the certified burn manager program to help increase the capacity and education experience and accessibility for prescribed fire in the state. So I'll touch on particular the statewide wildfire risk map. That product is going live on the 30th of June. The online, it'll be on the Oregon Explorer, and there'll be various press releases coming out for that one. You'll be seeing that first one coming out here, I believe, tomorrow, potentially, for just giving the folks a preview of what to expect and to keep an eye out for it. And then on the July 1 will be the full public launch on having the product available. So OSU is retrofitting the current Oregon Explorer according to the administrative rules that were passed or approved by the Board of Forestry this past meeting in June. And that map will be readily available and accessible for property owners in particular. We call it, there's a homeowner's report for each tax lot that's populated for that. However, it doesn't mean it's just the homeowner. A tenant, anyone who's living on a property or can go and type in an address and print off that report with all that critical fire information regarding wildfire risk. And then also resources available to assist with that risk or requirements for other agencies, depending on what their risk levels are.
This is Gregory. So Tim, with respect to that going live, the state, is that solely a ODF departmental thing, or is it also involving the various forest protective associations across the state?
So the mapping product is statewide.
Okay.
It extends beyond the ODS boundaries for it. So it pertains to the bill charged the department and OSU to assigned wildfire risk at the property ownership level with it. So with that, it extended it statewide in scope. The purpose for it is kind of the first step in prioritizing investments into for wildfire protection. So it provides some focus for limited resources that are available, but it helps identify those areas of high and extreme fire risk and also identify the wildland urban interface. So we see where high and extreme fire risk intersects with our population centers and help provide those resources to those folks who need them in those areas. So that informational tool will be coming online here shortly, and that'll be help drive some of the focus on restoration activities for other sections of the bill, in particular implementation of prescribed fire around communities and where those investments do occur or need to incur to help provide mitigate fire risk. So more opportunities to come with the tool as it's launched, and people have time to plan around it, to digest it, and have some understanding around it over the next few months.
Wow. So is this going to be something that ODF and the state of Oregon will end up exporting to other states as well?
So this will be specific to the state of Oregon.
Right.
The Washington does have a similar one. However, they maintain it themselves as well. So this is the for its scale, it's fairly unique in how its construct is for it. This was we'll call it a version 2 of what previously was commonly referred to as SB 360. The Forest Land Urban Interface Wildfire Protection Act from the mid-90s. This is version 2 of that, implemented on a statewide scale.
Scott Hansen, where are you guys at with the annual review now for 2021? Has that been published, or?
For the review of?
Well, it's the one where, that has components of prescribed burning and some few wildfire components too. Is that already hit the streets out on your website, or?
So when the map is launched next week, it'll have update from 2022 from this spring.
Okay.
So it'll have the impacts of the bootleg fire.
Okay.
So it's in there with the fuel models.
Okay.
As well as the vegetation burn modeling as well. So it's.
Because I know they used to compare like the last 10 years, of course, the graph I like is the pollution from wildfires versus prescribed burning is one of my favorites to look at.
So,
But
yep, so there'll be a lot of use for this.
That's good.
It's an exciting tool to help
Uh-huh.
provide some insight and help have some
Good.
discussions around. So along with that, with additional rulemaking, the department's been working through the establishment of a certified burn manager program. That was a requirement under Senate Bill 762. It's designed to have a certification program for verifying qualifications and education and field experience of individuals who want to burn, and providing them a certification similar to almost like a pesticide applicator license or a CDL. So in that same vein, something specific to prescribed fire, to have a certification, and what it does is it allows for certain liability protections in case something may go awry with the process.
Question, that certification process, will that include BLM and federal agencies?
No, it will not. It will be for, it's voluntary. So
Okay.
it'll be for private citizens.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Otherwise, Tim? Jim?
Jim Gersberg. I was just kind of curious, the high priorities that are identified, I'm assuming that means they'll be prime candidates for like thinning operations to create more defensible space. And if many of those are within the 6 mile, is it anticipated that that might increase more as a result of that work?
I think next time I'm going to go first in the list. So that wrapped up 3 of the challenges of what we discussed between the other agency reports so far. So the map itself is informative of those discussions, and it does feed in and identify those areas, but it'll inform those decisions. It doesn't make those decisions for that. As far as the continuing challenges, it doesn't supersede any existing law or rule with that. So there's still continued dialogue and discussions to help navigate those challenges cooperatively, as we've discussed this morning. For quite a bit of communication and coordination is how we work through these challenges, and continue to work through that route is what this will help identify and may leverage or help move those to a higher priority in the list as well. If we identify those areas, say outside of ODF protection, where we need to have mitigation projects done, and it's outside and it's a critical area, it helps provide a spotlight those issues on a bigger forum, is what this tool will help assist with. So any other questions on that before I'm gonna get rolling through the rest of my list here quick?
I had one quick question. So I assume that this is a living map, and we can make annual or updates as needed.
No.
Oh, okay.
Map.
And the communities that have 1 hour was 1 hour exemptions included, like delineating out those groups? Was the smoke sensitive receptor areas part of the map?
No. So this map was specific to wildfire risk. The 2 aspects of wildfire risk that were considered through the rulemaking process were burn probability and wildfire intensity. Those 2 portions capture essentially capture the natural landscape and fire regimes in the state.
Okay.
With one additional thing, I think, not what you're getting at, Margaret, but it was like Tim was saying, wildfire intensity and probability, and then focused on where structures exist, right? Otherwise, you could have soaked up all of your extreme area, say in Southeast Oregon, and had all our structures not. So it is very specific to structures, but it's this piece of it, and I think there's a lot of confusion around this right now, at least in the conversations that I'm having. It's like Tim was saying, it's like it is just this where the structures interact with tough fire conditions.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the other things, Jim, to your question, like, well, where should we thin? That may not necessarily line up very well with this map. And I'm under the impression OSU is going to do kind of help me with the last map. What's the big map effort?
They're the quantitative risk
assessment part deuce is coming in the next year. And Margaret, there may be an opportunity to integrate some of the things you're thinking about into that effort.
Yeah, I just think it could make well-informed smoke decisions to have, which communities have CRP 1 hour exemptions. And so, I mean, if anyone, any of our SMAC committee members are, engaged on those things, just think, oh, we have these ability. And I was talking to the Firewise coordinator about getting the shape bound, like the file layers, so that we could identify in our SSRA map which SSRAs have 1 hour exemptions. So I think we should start highlighting that now that we have multiple.
And I see Gabriella with her hand up, and I think she's one of the agencies that has that connection between high and extreme and where the wildland urban interface is, and it has that work assigned, so.
Yeah, I mean, not actually, maybe I'm completely spacing out. I don't think we have a particular role, but we do have a very strong interest, certainly, in how do we correlate people to that fire risk. So I was just wanting clarification in terms of the charge to OSU being the focus on buildings exclusively now, but it sounds like you're saying there might be some opportunity to add on other aspects, and certainly for us, the population aspect would be key.
So this is Gregory. Gabriella, Oregon Health Authority and the county health officers are really in touch with the circumstances of their individual stakeholders, families, individuals who are afflicted in some way or at risk some way from a air quality public health standpoint. So is some of this discussion we're just having right now, is there an opportunity there to be another layer in the like if in the GIS system, you got layers of information that then help you reach out and take action?
Yeah, so in terms of in the moment, in terms of the emergency response, our health security preparedness response helps with that, but Department of Human Services is in terms of sheltering and that type of thing, if we're talking about that. So having those maps though in advance helps us and our preparedness partners work in advance of fires. And so it's more as we can correlate the risk to where the people are and have better tools for doing that. I mean, I'll give you the example. I know this came up in conversation with the statewide wildfire advisory programs meeting. I was covering for my boss, who is the one who sits on the state advisory team for that, with Doug Graff. And there was a presentation from OSU at that meeting, and I flagged this idea that we are going to want to, for example, we could use that information to target or better target, have better data for placing those smoke filtration devices, for example. So, and I got a little bit of a message back from OSU, which I think is consistent with what Tim was just saying, that if that was Tim, sorry, that wasn't quite the focus for OSU. So I was just chiming in with this idea that having sort of the people part of it being included, and I haven't tracked it closely enough. I have Kim Pham on here. As you know, she was able to be more engaged and was going to be coming in and taking over this body of work, but she has stepped into a manager role, and until we can hire behind her, she and I are tag teaming on this. So my apologies that I'm not as immersed in tracking this SB 762 elements, but it's just a tickler in my mind that we want to be able to have good information to inform things, like that build resilience, like helping people have smoke filtration devices as an example. Does that make sense?
It does. It's data that's not making the decision for us. We're using the data to make a decision for the broader answer to the objective or the goal.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, so I mentioned with that certified burn manager rulemaking package, that's a new program for the department. That'll be going to the Board of Forestry, the rule package in July. You'll be seeing that on the board agenda. And then that walks through the same, or through a public hearing process. So we'll be having some public hearings in August for that, and then return to the board. More than likely, we'll be missing the September meeting, but probably latch onto any of the special private forest accord meetings upcoming. So there'll be a few new special board meetings this fall. Looking at having looking at probably having a February launch for that program. With that rule package, assuming with the board's approval, establishes the process, establishes an advisory committee as well, and for just the educational components of prescribed fire to focus on the practitioner side. And this is the focus on the implementation side. So it's a lot of good things coming with prescribed fire. Along with that, Senate Bill 762 had a requirement for a prescribed fire challenge and challenges and opportunity strategy report that'll be going to the legislature. The department will be developing that over the winter for fine tuning, and that report will be moving towards the that's due in June of 2023. And so at our future meeting, this committee will be seeing that report for feedback of its construct, to get some information in there for advisement of where some of those strategies lie, where some of those opportunities, where we may have some opportunities on a statewide scale is the scope of that report, which is a little different than working within our protection districts. So that's a neat opportunity upcoming through the legislation that we're still digesting. It got wrapped into our some of the 20-year plan that the department has to develop there. So we're gonna try to tease that one out and have more of a spotlight on prescribed fire through that process. As Margaret mentioned, we have 3 area policy coordinators assisting us in various ways, partly with forest land classification and implementation of laws, rules around burning, and coordination with our local folks with DEQ and some of our other partner agencies on the ground, and with our landowners. So we're working, utilizing that to help identify some of these issues, such as the outside of ODF protection district challenges, and seeing where there's some opportunities to help move the needle forward too. So some increased field capacity in a policy realm, which doesn't occur very often for us. So we're excited to have those folks. Those are just a highlight of some of the extra 20 positions that the protection division received through Senate Bill 762. And I believe we've completed hiring on nearly all of those of the 125 positions received last summer for that. So all those are filled. Some of those are new staff and added capacity. Some of those folks are what we've had through double fills and are just real capacity and covering what we already had on the books. So some new folks in there. I'm really excited to see what kind of where we can move forward in some of these issues and get a little more horsepower behind them. And I'm going to close with the Nick Yonker's position as smoke management manager has been vacant for a bit, working through the process for reclassification and then development of combining the additional staff for prescribed fire and mitigation into that unit. So that announcement should hit the streets next week. And then we're looking at probably having a mid-August hire for that position too. So then we'll have be back up the full staff on the for support on the mitigation side as well. So with that, pending any questions and a report.
Any questions from the Zoom side of things? Okay, Tim, I think we're close up to the public comment time.
Okay. So I'm looking through the chat or of who's available, and like to open it up for public comment if anyone would choose to do so. Just raise your hand. Okay, and seeing none, I think we'd close the public comment period. Okay.
Let it be so noted. Closed public comment period for this segment.
You want to take
Yeah.
you want to just take a break now and come back at 10:20? Okay.
Let's take a break and come back at 10:20, please.
high school. or something. Yeah, those are
Which happened.
Okay, everybody, welcome back.
Yes, welcome back. It's our time again. So Tim,
Yep, so left off with this, our next up on the agenda here, we're jumping a little bit ahead at our 10:35 topic is our smoke management unit fiscal year 23 budget. So when we did a last, this is commonly has been on the agenda as the account balance with it. With this spring, it's been, well, incoming revenues for this spring with the rain, as you'll hear from Gary later, has been a little slow on there. So what we want to do is provide more context and information on that one. So that information will be coming to the committee to share with, and they can share that with their the folks they represent as well. So it won't be providing just the generic fund balance. This is how much came in, this is how much came out. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the money that goes out of the fund in there. As you remember from the Ron mentioned it, we about $55,000 is the monthly expenses. And I want to walk into a little bit of how where those values come from, how they're going through, how the division and the agency does budgeting for staff and programs, and also work through the the leanness of how smoke management operates. With that as well, to provide some context for the advisory group here. One of the items that are on the there is part of the role is advisement of how the fund is in the charter of how the funds to be used. So that's some of the preview here.
so great. I've had a bone in this pooch's mouth for some years about that. What we needed to do is, in my opinion, is that we need to develop a financial budgetary process that really accurately establishes how this corporation works or how this business works on a day-to-day basis. So that there's the budget side of things, there's the account balance side of things, which is what we've done very well of portraying in the past. And then there's the financial review type of thing, and what's at risk, in terms of the program's goals and objectives. And so with that, Tim, it's all yours.
Okay. So with that, and Kyle's in the room here, so it's Kyle, you gotta bear with us because you've seen tons of these before. This is essentially the breakdown of the unit budget. The way I wanted to present this today is this unit that's working, and I want to start with everyone who touches the smoke management funds, including the mitigation manager position, and then how that falls in, and have clear identification and lines around who's paid out of which fund, and show some of that. And I'll try to zoom. Let me zoom in. I don't know. Hey, there, it worked. Yes, this will be emailed. So what I wanted, so that's what you're seeing on the screen here a little bit. So what happens overall, this was not created for this meeting. This information actually starts in January when the Protection Division does our fiscal budgets for as part of the Board of Forestry annual reviews of our budgets. We start in January with our headquarters services. It walks through all of the Protection Division staff in there and has everything you see here. I changed the numbers, the fund numbers to actual names, so we know what we're talking about here, as opposed to fire protection is 7,100, 1120 in there, which doesn't mean a whole lot to folks for it. So that's what I see here. So this is a breakdown of just this unit. Kyle had a question back in January of what's the plan for the mitigation manager and which funds do they touch and where do they tie into business? So walking through this a little bit. So a little bit about what drives our budgets with it. Primary expenses for the department are personnel for it. Outside of fire, let's say our normal core business, it's people. We invest, there's a lot of investment in our staff. They do excellent work, and they're compensated according to the DAS compensation schedule with that. So that's one of the guiding factors for the pay or for the compensations. Any cost of living increases and those types of things are negotiated at DAS and are part of you'll see those as annual factors in personnel costs increasing, the annual step increases that go with that. And some of that information that's in here, I shortened up a little bit in here. This spreadsheet has about 20 tabs on it. I only have 2 up. So with that, so we kept it very short with it. I'm going to click on, so there's my other one there. So this position this unit has 7 positions in it. Traditionally, we've had our field coordinator, 2 meteorologists, and then a smoke management unit manager who served as additional meteorologists in the process. That has been changed in the spring. We have 3 full-time meteorologists. We have the smoke management field coordinator. We have also hired a prescribed fire coordinator, as well as our mitigation, as well as our national fire plan coordinator who works on our federal mitigation grants. All of those folks now are under the supervision of the mitigation program manager who you see at the top. So that as we break through the different funding with it there's the fire protection is our base funding. That's our landowner general fund split funds that funds most of the protection division. That's our base fire department cost and what we use, the staff we utilize for supporting the operations of the protection program and support for the field operations. The smoke management column, that is smoke management fund, the intent of there. So the revolving fund that this group helps advise the use of. And then federal funds are not Forest Service funds into the smoke management fund. Those are federal grant funds specific that we acquire through national competitive means, as well as formula allocations from the regional office of the Forest Service, separate from the smoke management fund.
This is Gregory. So that federal funds column needs to be understood by people in a different way than we have understood it.
Yep.
Sourcing wise and goals and objective wise.
Yep. So you can see the smoke management fund, and again, this is budget to project expenses for it. So the smoke management column F, that column is the smoke management fund, the fund balance that this group has seen in the past.
Okay. And that includes agriculture department.
Yep. Any support for any assisting or state agencies, the Department of Assist, Ag, DEQ, those types of services will be included in that smoke management column.
So if the funding source touches one smoke finger, it goes into that column.
Yep. So what I do not have on here is I do not have the breakdown of the fund balances for each of these for it. And that is a missing piece of information that will be added as well. So the smoke management account, the fund balance would be in there so you can see where the portions are. But the intent of the tool and discussion today is to show the committee what's available, and also where some of these numbers are coming from for the outgoing of the funds, showing where the money is going out of the account to, and trying to identify other items of value to have more robust conversations for this topic in the future, as opposed to just the money in, money out totals.
This is Gregory. So as in the past with the account balance sheets and discussion that the advisory committee has had, only focused on a point in time viewpoint and a point in time snapshot, as well as maybe a projection. Whereas this is getting into more of a future oriented goals and objectives, purpose and reason for existence.
Yep. So, and the timeliness of it. So these are what we're in our budget in January. However, these estimates are part of our July of 2022 budget. So next month, that's when these start moving forward with it. So with the current breakdown, again, most of the funds for the unit are in that or come out of the smoke management account, because that's the primary use of the work that the unit conducts as a whole. So those are the folks there. The meteorologist and field coordinator are solely in those groups, as that's their main priority, is to supporting the smoke management program. There are offsets throughout the year. So those numbers are business maximum compensation for much of this. Some folks do take fire assignments or do go on to other project work. So if folks are working on other projects, they do charge to a different account for that. So the smoke management fund, if Christina goes off or is on a fire assignment, her base salary is charged to that fire, and that creates savings to that account. So what you see on there is the maximum number of what to expect in there. We also added in the OPE, which is the benefits that go along with the positions, the insurance, state sponsored insurance, that kind of stuff. The federal funds column is a new one. I wanted to put out there. Our National Fire Plan Coordinator is supported exclusively through federal funds, through this working on those grant projects. And the plan with the mitigation manager from the onset is that it's budgeted in a pro rata manner for that portion of who they're supervising. So there's one person, or there's one person in that federal funds category. So that percentage of supervisory responsibility and program oversight will be charged to that federal fund source. So that equates to about 2 months of salary. Similarly, with supervising of the National Fire Plan or the prescribed fire coordinator, the same manner, that where they're spending their time, that's going to be where they're charging their funds to. So they're not going to have necessarily a set base code that 8 months of their time is charged to smoke fund for it. So that will adjust as workload is created. A certified burn manager is going to have an impact on that, because that program is base division cost under that fire protection column. So there'll be some more emphasis there as that program's launched. So will be some balancing between the distribution between fire protection and smoke management for that manager position. And again, the prescribed fire coordinator is on the other side of the spectrum, and that's in our base budget currently. So we have a little bit there's some additional aspects into this, and we do have mechanisms in place that if folks are assisting other programs in their responsibilities and needs as workload balances and shifts, we can adjust for those and make sure that we have a true expense accounting for the work or what's being charged to the smoke management fund. So a lot being said there in a short time. Wanted to pause for a little bit. Any questions, any information missing, and how can this be of value to this committee moving forward?
First off, this is super helpful, Tim. This is exactly and it probably was because I knew that in my brain, this is how it sorts out ODF positions. And so when I asked in January about this is the visual I had in mind. This may be not what other people had in mind, but I read this thing like a book. So thank you very much. One quick, I think, clarification you can provide for me. At the risk of derailing us as well. There's 65 months showing in the smoke summary at the bottom there. But I did it with 426, right? That piece there.
Yep.
That appears to be overinflated 12 months and about one position for that column. Your total, I think, is coming out right, but I think we're showing an extra 12 months.
Yeah, we are.
Okay. And then I think the 426 might be overshot by about 12 months worth of position funding as well.
Yes, we'll adjust that to get it corrected. It was the total over here should be closer to being a little more correct.
Yeah, like I said, I think the total's coming out.
550.
Okay.
Just making sure I wasn't missing anything.
No, that's an excellent catch. And with these and pulling this one together, so pulling this information out of our, there's about 65 positions in our base budget. So pulling it down, there are some things missing, but one to get a starting point of having this discussion to see a value, to provide some context around besides just reading off what the numbers are.
Yeah, well, and to me, that this is exactly the value of being able to see this visual, right? And at least in my brain, again, piece together, like you said, here's the sum total. Okay, well, what does that really look like? And what is our, when we have a slow spring, or as we're looking out 5 years, this drives that planning effort in my mind.
Yeah, so you can see we're, so the plan looking forward is to utilize this as a starting point to help develop where expenses are going. One thing that is missing in here is S&S expenses, and where there may be some opportunities for investments in infrastructure or something to that effect that the committee can help guide that. But before we can bring that discussion to the committee, we need to make sure that we have all the information available to help you all make recommendations. So with that, the revenue side, the plan is to pair this with the incoming fixed revenues that we have through agreements when when the unit provides support for ODA and other state agencies, as well as, so we'll call them variable incomes with the burning. So we can see where there's trends with the change in the rules that we've implemented, if that actually has an upward trend on revenues, or where there's aspects there, and help to make some decisions. So more to come here. Want to help provide good tools to the committee to help with that guidance.
Really is. I'll get specific. So you mentioned 5 years out, and you mentioned 5 years out, Kyle. So give us a real specific example of that, something that doesn't presently exist.
Oh, of 5 years out of a just
5 years out, what would be an example of a specific action that the smoke program is taking and the department is taking related to that smoke program?
so I
that
think
we need to fund.
Yeah, so I think one of the challenges coming up with it is, and this is kind of in a build, is we've never had a chance to, the biggest change to the smoke management program that would have an impact on funding to date has been the rule change that opened up the opportunities to burn. However, we haven't had an opportunity to really go with that, to implement it. So with that, what will be a recommendation in this strategy is opportunity. We need to have be able to identify opportunities to maximize burning, which with that is resources or meteorological tools available, and having the time to do that. The port and being able to identify those. And what we need to do, at least from my perspective with it, is to identify where we may have a need, but also an idea of what resources are available that can be put towards that need.
I'm going to answer my own question.
Okay.
At least I think it, because we've talked about this before, and it's about our IT system, our software, hardware package. And there's been a consistent plea from a variety of stakeholders that we need to have it in the palm of the hand of the burners, and especially the certified burn manager, so that we can build the future. And so I'll just stop right there.
No, that's an excellent one. The department's really looking at this report to the legislature, which gave us a channel directly to them of where those investments can be made, and running that through this committee as well, for making sure that we have a sound strategy moving forward. That's a window that opened up with the past bill that gives us an avenue to the top. So, and yeah, you're right. You're exactly right. We need the information for the folks implementing it available real time to gather, to be able to make sound decisions.
It's not something that we dreamt up.
It's what they
Brown
need.
is saying we need.
That's a really good example of one that 5-year planning piece. For me, it's also just as simple as we look at these position funding, we project them out 5 years. What are the fees adequate? But what interval steps might we need to make paired with what we anticipate to be the burning, with the improvements and all that kind of stuff. And we've kind of always had that, we've always seen kind of that fund balance chart. I'm just not sure. I know Nick knew the detail in it and it was good. I'm not sure that the rest of us were quite all the way. What's that?
Knew it.
Correct. Knew it in the same way so that we were sharing that vision of, fund balance will be just fine. I think there was some significant, what abouts that came from those. And I appreciate, Tim. I think your vision is matching up with what the conversations I had been hearing around Smack.
Good. Any questions on the in Zoom land?
No, but I do think that this is very helpful and can help us make informed decisions. So thanks for putting this together.
This is Gregory. I think this is really important amongst our key stakeholders, OHA and DEQ and ODA maybe as well, because they do fund. And in building a future program model that protects all of our major stakeholders' interests, because we can't do it alone. We can only do it together. So don't be bashful about saying, well, we'd like to be able to pair up in a grant circumstance with so-and-so air filter providers who could then help us at a reduced cost provide for wildfire as well as prescribed fire air quality filtering systems for the emergency locations that are established by local county health officers. In other words, build on the Ashland experience and make it equally available or equitably available.
This is Margaret again. I mean, I think that's an excellent idea, and hopefully OHA will jump in. I think that, and I'd be interested to hear what Tim and others have to say, but for me, I'm kind of waiting in terms of, I think we have to get through what I'm calling Senate Bill 763 to really know what exactly we need our next steps to be, because I've mentioned the importance of a sustainable monitoring network. And I think we have to look into what that looks like. And obviously from what I shared with the exceptional event demonstration, there is going to be a lot of air quality related work around prescribed fire and wildfire. But I don't know exactly what that's going to look like, because we don't know what next session is going to entail. The positions that DEQ received were limited duration. So, depending on what happens, there could be a big need for us to explore collaboration on what sustainable smoke management looks like cross-agency. But at this point in time, I'm kind of in this limbo to know what happens. That's my comment.
Thank you. That's a good comment, Margaret, and thank you for the acknowledgement. Gabrielle?
Yeah, and I'll just jump in, and I very much support that partnership. And I was going to talk about it more, I guess, in the metrics section, but we need to work together to, or I guess, let me step back. One of the things that OHA does, and folks who participate in smoke calls knows that we have our environmental epidemiologist who provides information right in real time about what we're seeing health-wise in impacts from smoke. And that same epidemiologist is analyzing, after the fact, and we know what was in the air, it slowly trickles in from the health system, what the health impacts were. And that's really important information to help us target interventions to help protect people more, and to help explain why prescribed burning, is needed, because people are, the reality is that means that people are exposed to smoke year round, right? In some places, or much more of the year than wildfire season. So we need to build that evidence base for why, both what resilience interventions we need to make, but comparing the impacts of major wildfires to the impacts from prescribed burning, for example. And so I guess I just want to underscore the message about collaboration, and also echo what Margaret said. We've had such great support from the legislature and from stakeholders on the messages of needing increased resilience measures and using all the tools at our disposal. But as we head into potentially some more difficult financial circumstances for the state, we'll have to see how those are sustained and what resources we have available to us. So either we have to be creative, Gregory, as you were saying, and collaborative to try to find alternative resources, or we can really settle into the foundation that Senate Bill 762 has built. So just saying, yes, we want to keep partnering. And from OHA's point of view, part of that is us understanding and analyzing and delivering messages about what smoke means to people's health, and comparing wildfire and prescribed burning smoke. And we'll talk about it more in the metrics conversation, but want to say that that's information that I think can be helpful, that OHA can bring to the table. And, for example, as DEQ is trying to expand its monitoring network, right now we have to deal with the here and now of what information we do have, and we're working with DEQ to build out modeling that from the monitors they do have, can we extrapolate, with some scientific confidence, to have more of a statewide map that then we can overlay our health information and look at that correlation between wildfire smoke impacts and health, and also prescribed burning impacts and health, because that can also tell us where we need to do interventions to support expanded use of the tool. So just some reflections, I think hopefully along the vein of what you were laying out, Gregory.
Thank you, Gabriella.
For this topic, I would like to leave the committee with a request that if for folks of items on here, as this, you have a chance to look at it and think about what we discuss on this topic of avenues to make this a more efficient, robust tool that we can utilize and walk through you turn it into a planning tool. And then we also have the other for accountability with it. What is a value of information that could help inform decisions? And I think that's that request coming from you all on what you need, or what you think you need to help make decisions in some of these realms around the use of the fund. We can help create the tool appropriately to help display that information. So work in progress, but want you to be part of the process as well.
Okay, so if you got more comments and ideas, even if they sound far-fetched and woo-woo 5 years out, how can we predict that? We can't hardly predict what the weather is going to be. We should come back to Tim.
What was that?
So
Hey, I did have a question or a comment, Tim, on this, on the spreadsheet with the salaries and stuff. Is the committee interested in, and is there available non-salary expenses, and how those are projected to change going forward?
yes, we'll be adding that in. What we didn't have a time to assist with in pulling this together was doing further analysis in the department has a set budget for items of S&S and one supplies, and I can't remember what the services and supplies. We have a net estimate that we put in there. However, I wanted to have the actual expenses in there. Primarily, we're looking at road travel for a field coordinator that hits the smoke fund on it. But I wanted to show how that correlates with the activities of the other two fund types that are part of the unit too. So more information to bring into there. There's additional support costs that go into it as well. Just wanted to highlight the personnel costs. Those are the biggest expense of the program and primarily what the fund is used to fund. So with that, and I'm gonna make a recommendation to Gregory here that we take a short break until State Forester Mukomoto can arrive, as opposed to splitting up a topic. That works for you?
Everybody, that work for all?
Okay. So we'll have State Forester Mukomoto joining us at about 11 o'clock. So we'll pop back on and see you all then.
Okay,
This is Gregory. We're reconvening and Cal Mukmoto, State Forester, has joined us for 30 minutes or so. So I'm going to turn it over to Cal and we'll have questions and answers and comments in a minute. Thank you.
yeah. Well, thanks, Gregory. This is it's an honor to be here with this committee. I have often heard many stories through Gregory over coffee about this committee. So it's nice to be here and meet everybody in person. As you probably don't know, it's Gregory and I have actually done a lot of volunteer work with each other in Central Oregon and worked on various issues. One that we worked quite a bit together on was Matolia's multi-party monitoring team down there as a collaborative group dealing with restoration, forestry, resiliency, thinnings, and so on. But Gregory is also, I don't know if you guys know this, is a big renewable energy fan. And in fact, the very first time I think I was at his house, I volunteered to do the solar tour of homes. Remember that, Gregory? In Redmond, yeah. And I had tennis shoes on. I put some foot powder in my socks. And you had those beautiful tile floors. Remember that? And you were telling us to take our shoes off because everybody, you get all these people wandering through. And I walked across this tile floor and I noticed that my footprints are on this. Anyway, that was embarrassing. It's still, I shouldn't even repeat that. But Carter was just wonderful. She just, without a flaw, got a broom out and we swept it up. But anyway, I think the work we're doing here is very important. I know from the early days, again, dealing with Gregory, that one of the first times I saw smoke management in action was when you were working on the pellet stove issues in Bend, Oregon. And with that work, we went from a town that in early mornings had Bend that just hangs in there. And then now it's very clear, unless there's fire. But the need for burning continues to be something that we have to have. It's a tool in forest management, especially when we start talking about landscape resiliency projects that we need to bring. And, we did this at Metolius. We wanted to bring these forests, we wanted to restore forests and the fact that they become more resilient. In Central Oregon in particular, we had what we called, and you all know about this, and I'm sure you know more about this than I do, but what we called fire dependent ecologies. And because of the way things are going, we have many stands that are outside that. And there's been a lot of work since when we first started doing that across the landscape, and we're seeing the benefits of that. I think that became very true in some of the treatments. We call this the gold standard. You thin and then you do prescribed burning. And I just toured the Boot Lake fire, and I could see evidence where people just did what they called thinnings that were basically of trees that went into pulp markets or into small log markets. So this prescribed burning is a very important tool for our moving forward and doing a landscape resilience, but we also must always keep in mind the other aspects of it, and that's the safety of our communities, the health safety of our communities. In fact, I had a great discussion with Tim and Richard Whitman, of DEQ, and we discussed those issues. And I know that through through groups like this group here and advising us, that keeps us on the high road. So I appreciate the work that you guys are doing in that area. So any questions for the state forester?
Any questions, comments? Just a moment.
Yeah, I'll toss one out there to get the ball rolling here. Cal, you've been in discussions in front of the legislature for a bit and just getting into this, and there's increased pressure on utilizing, or the perception that prescribed fire is the solve all fix to the intense wildfires we're facing. What's your perspective on where that lies in, the intermix of values around the pressure between implementing prescribed fire and then the working with our public health partners?
You mean with the governor's office and so on, or?
Just in general.
I think there's greater understanding about the importance of prescribed burning. We just recently had that unfortunate issue down in the Southwest in New Mexico. In fact, I personally have a friend that lost a house in Rio Doso. And so, this is on the minds of a lot of folks about safety. But I have picked up, you're talking about how the legislature feels about this. I have picked up that there's a greater understanding of why it's important to have that tool to reduce fires and reduce fires in the future. And then from a health standpoint, I've had talked to people from OHA, and they understand that it's much better to be able to prescribe when you do that fire intervention than just have random events as far as, at least maybe we can mitigate the issue, announce people, maybe get people out of the area when we do burn, rather than having a continuous realm of, and we're not going to do this overnight, of wildfires that get your large wildfires inundate a area. My personal experience, I lived over 20 years, 20 something years. I lived a long time in Bend. And when I first moved there, it was not, summertime was not inundated in August with a layer of smoke. And when I left there, that was kind of the norm. And, that affects people's health. And so, but, we have other factors there. We've got climate change. We have managed stands that have not received the level of management they should have. And then we've had dwindling infrastructure in the forest products industry. We need infrastructure to pull the material out. We need to have those smoke management, and so on, so that we don't impact people when we do burn. One thing I do have to say is that there's been a lot of talk about expanding, funding for this work. But yet, if you look at even at $20 million a year, through 760, which I appreciate, and other infrastructure dollars, we have 5.6 million acres to treat in this state. And the only way we're going to be able to afford that is to have an active infrastructure that, and diversify the products that we can take this material into. Fortunately, from my perspective, at least from all the years we've been dealing with it, Gregory, is that now I have never seen the opportunities and products such as mass timber. There's definitely black pellets for energy. I mean, there's just a lot of things out there that could help support this need to treat our forests. But legislators, of course, are, if you're talking about governance, I think there's greater awareness of this because of the large fires we've had. But I also know that there's new people, and I've had questions out of the blue. Like, I had one legislator ask me, "We gave you a lot of money in 762. How come you had such a terrible wildfire season?" So, it's just that perspective of time. Being foresters, we have a longer perspective. If we were geologists, we would have a tremendous long perspective. But not everybody has that vision, and we need to continue to educate people and try to tell them what's going on. So anyway, and that's what you guys do. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, Cal. Questions, comments, folks?
Gregor, I might build actually off of what Tim was saying, and I think partially you just answered this, Cal, but there are opportunities for us as SMAC, and then that you might see, and then opportunities for you guys as the agency to make sure that each one of these conversations are coordinated, right? And so when we look at these examples of the importance of prescribed fire as a piece of that infrastructure and the management and all that, and then maybe there's another rulemaking happening over here at another agency that is at cross purposes. I think at times our biomass conversation has probably been through that tub before. How do we make sure that as this side of the shop is progressing, the other side of the shop isn't going the opposite direction?
Yeah, and That's a good question. And I think from our perspective at ODF, we need to be in communication with our sister agencies. And I think that discussion with DEQ yesterday was very helpful. And I think discussions with DOE, with OHA, with OHA, I think continued discussions with even agriculture in some cases. And you know, I think that's how we do that. But I also throw out, you know, I have this axiom, and, you know, Maret Pajuti from the Forest Service used to say, this was, I always was muttering this when I dealt with collaboratives, that perfect is the enemy of good. And as we go to improve, we need to make incremental improvements in this thing. We can't do it. We can't convince everybody, you know, to do everything, but I think over time they'll see what we're doing, and we got to be consistent with our message. So I don't have any guarantees, but definitely communication is where we have to be. Yeah.
Others?
Hi, Forester Mukomoto. This is Gabriella Goldfarb with Oregon Health Authority. Now, nice to see you. And just wanted to, you know, appreciate what you were saying about the need to keep close coordination and eye on health as, you know, we expand the use of this tool. And this group has been such a great forum for that kind of collaboration. So just wanted to let you know, under the Gregory's stewardship, what a support this has been for strong collaboration. And we, you know, we certainly had incredible collaboration with our agency partners dealing with COVID at the same time as wildfire smoke and prescribed burning smoke. And so just want to let you know from our perspective that it's a really productive venue.
Yeah, I didn't see you there, Gabriella. Good to see you. And with partners like you, you know, we'll be able to discuss these projects with a pragmatic way, discuss how we should deal with it, so that we don't ruin the health of Oregonians while we're doing this stuff. So, yeah, thank you.
Cal, one of the things that I think about on wildfire is what do we learn when we have a wildfire, you know? And so maybe we don't make the same mistake again, you know? I mean, going back to this Sandy Am fire, you know, they had, I guess it was a small fire was occurring down in the Opal Wilderness area or something, and people were kind of watching it. And then the big flare up, you know, with the red flag day, and you find out different agencies are doing different things. Up in talking to some people up by Mount Hood, PGE was actually de-energizing some lines up there. But so then I wonder why Pacificor didn't do that in Sandy Canyon, you know, or I'm not sure what their thoughts were, but I'm not trying to create a blame thing here necessarily, but just, you know, it'd sure be nice to have like a one pager about, let's not do this again, you know, that if we see that we slipped, you know, on the wildfire. Or when I look at that Eagle Creek fire, I mean, here's a 15-year-old kid. I guess it's easy to blame a 15-year-old kid, but the thing I think about is the vulnerability. You know, it says something about our vulnerability if a kid can throw a firecracker up in there and we just lost 50,000 acres here or something, you know. So I think there's a tremendous need to educate the whole population, you know, on just being safe out there. And like I say, if we could get to the point where we like think, well, let's not make this mistake again, whatever it was, the mistake, you know, out on the wildfire. Any thoughts on that from you? Or?
Yeah, you know, I think you're right. We need to provide education, and we have to have lessons learned. You know, we do after action reviews internally on almost everything, and but that also supports the philosophy of ODF of being a, you know, continuous learning, and we need to do that. But specifically the fire, you know, I think we have to probably. I have had meetings with PGE on, you know, they have detection systems. I need to probably step that up with Pacificor and have just talks with them specifically to that. But I think about, I like your idea of a one-page summary. When you said that, I automatically thought to myself, I used to teach fire school when I was younger and skinnier and healthier and could handle a number 2 shovel with the best of them. Well, I thought I did. But I think the number 10, do you remember the 10th fire rule was fight fire aggressively, but with safety first. And we need to have conclusions like that. And that's what ODF does. We fight fire aggressively, but we keep safety first. And so we need to, I think that's one thing we need to do is these fires are they're much different than anything I used to fight. I think they're just, well, we had one that was similar and that was scary, I'll tell you. And, but they're much different, but we still continue to have that philosophy that we fight fires aggressively. We are also putting out prevention messages. We will, I think Joy's putting together a program to make sure we get that prevention message out. We also, in that message, I think we're going to have to touch upon the role of fire in ecosystems. And that's where things start getting complicated. But because, to a large extent, the Smokey Bear syndrome is what led to 100 years of, putting fires out. And then we had at least on federal lands, continuous growth without harvest or management. But we do need to get that prevention method out because, we all know man-caused fires is our number 1 issue, whether it be debris burning or whether it be a chain that falls off a trailer and rubs on the asphalt, sparks the side of a hillside, or a cigarette being thrown out the window, which is not that big of a cause anymore, is it? Shows you we're getting healthier, Gabriella. So, but yeah, I agree. We do need to say, what are the lessons learned and how can we use that to get messages out to the public and education. As when I came into this state forester, one of the things I wanted to know was, what's our public information department like? Because like everything we do in forestry, we have to have a social license to act. And the only way we get a social license is by informing the public of what we're doing and why. And so, Jim, I mean, being represented, I'm not picking on you, but that's where I see having, that is an important role for ODF to participate in. So thanks for the question. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thanks.
Cal, this is Pete Parsons. I'm the lead smoke management meteorologist here. And I've been in smoke management now with the state for 15 years. And I just wanted to point out one of the frustrations that I have as a smoke management meteorologist here is the forest industry is highly regulated for smoke management. And I think we do a pretty effective job at burning a fair amount of a forest product that needs to get out of there for various reasons with minimal impact to the public. That's our charter. But at the same time, I see in the agricultural burning world, folks there are able to burn basically whenever they want. And I see a disconnect between the amount of regulation. And my question to you is, have there been discussions at the legislative level to bring more agricultural burning into compliance in terms of smoke management? Because right now it's, like I said, they can burn basically whenever they want. Many of these locations are very close to heavily populated areas.
Yeah, to be honest, I have not heard of additional regulations, but I think you asked your chair here because you are very knowledgeable about those types of, I mean, you were involved with a lot of discussions about agriculture at one point, weren't you, Gregory?
Yes, I was when the Bend Clean Air Committee existed, which started in the late 1980s and ran through about 2002, which was a preventative effort taken by the city council and the county commission and a variety of stakeholders, including those in the hospitality industry. This is before Bend really became known as Mount Bachelor City. That we had an important economic driver in the Tri-County area, and that was grass seed and peppermint seed and carrot seed, and they needed to burn their fields in Jefferson County and parts of Crook County and a little bit of even Deschutes County. And that all changed statewide. And I think it was 1988 when there was the pileup on Interstate 5. And all of a sudden, there was no more burning of agriculture lands in Oregon. Too many fatalities, too many injuries, too much public outrage. So the social license evaporated. Now the ODA has meteorologists. They tap into meteorologists that we and Oregon Department of Forestry and the Smoke Management Plan have to provide them services in terms of forecasting. But I think what Pete's getting at is really appropriate. We need to have a level playing field for all landowners who want to use prescribed burning in some aspect of their lifestyle, their livelihood, et cetera. And that means expanding it to a statewide basis. And the former smoke management program manager, Nick Yonker, said that we need to, it's a challenge, but we need to have a dialogue at the highest levels of departments as well as in the legislature going forward for the future. You can't have one set in or a different set in 36 counties and then try to apply a smoke program that's there to protect public health across the state in a uniform, effective, equitable way. Is that a heavy lift? Oh, you bet your Jesus, it's a heavy lift. But the pileup on I-5 drove home that, well, we need to change. We're acting like it was just yesterday rather than thinking about the future. So for that,
Yeah, well, Pete, I think I will also add that I do meet with the director of Department of Agriculture for the state on a pretty regular basis. I think about monthly, we touch base. And so I'll bring this question up about their burning regulation next time I talk to her. Unfortunately, I think I got one or two more meetings with her probably set up because she's been selected to go be like an undersecretary in the Department of Agriculture by Biden. So, you know, again, they're picking off our Oregonians here that are at high level positions, but I will bring this up and ask her about that and that idea of a level playing field, because we're going to need to expand. We can't contract on the prescribed burning, but we do need to expand as safely as possible and as reflective of EPA rulings and everything else. But we do need that tool to manage these lands. So anyway, thanks, Gregory.
If I could follow up, I just wanted to make it clear. Yes, grass seed is regulated, and we do provide, our office here does provide the smoke management for the grass seed operations in the Willamette Valley and Central Oregon and Northeast Oregon. I'm talking about the non-grass seed agricultural burn, the ma and pa operations that are a lot of them right around the Willamette Valley. And one of the issues that we run into with our new rules is we have absolute measures for the amount of smoke that we can put into what we call an SSRA, which is where the population centers are. And if the agricultural burners are already putting a fair amount of smoke into the area, then the forest product industries can't add much more to that, and we get up into intrusion levels. And so it makes it very difficult. We're competing basically in the airshed, and there's virtually no regulations on the non-grass seed agricultural operations. That was my point.
Hey, Pete, are they using curtain burners at all, or is it just open burning?
Well, that's a good question. I'm sure there's a variety going on, but there's a fair amount of just open burning going on.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Especially notice it like areas around Dallas. There's a lot of agricultural burning on the west side of the Willamette Valley, and in the fall and the spring, you know, they typically do their thing. And there's quite, it's small operations, but they add up. And if you get a lot of folks doing that on top of different prescribed burning, it's the absolute measure of smoke into an SSRA that we're looking at, and they're another piece to the puzzle. So And that's, again, something that hasn't been regulated. I know they have a very strong lobbying effort to not be regulated, and I understand that. And my question was, is there any discussion about putting some regulation? We put out an advisory for the Willamette Valley for agricultural burning, but it's just that, it's a recommendation. There's no teeth in it in terms of you can or can't burn. There is on the backyard burning, but not agricultural.
Yeah, and when I say I don't know of any movement for that, Pete, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not happening, but I'll try to find out what's going on there. My motto is often wrong, but never in doubt. So.
I wouldn't mind jumping in there. Hi there, I'm Margaret Miller with Oregon Department of Environmental Quality. I'm their lead planner and forester. And I work closely with everybody here and obviously with Pete. And I do agree that, and I brought this concern up with DEQ about sort of the need to share the air. That's kind of what I call it, the share the air movement. And in addition to agricultural burning, we're definitely going to see additional community level debris burning after these defensible space rules kick in, and there's added vegetation that needs to be disposed of. And so I do think that it all is very interconnected. And, one of the things that I've been suggesting to our leadership, and maybe you've heard this from our director, is that there needs to be a central site where Oregonians can go to get all of their fire and smoke information needs. Right now, there's not a single access spot. So you have to kind of jump around to rural fire departments, to DEQ, to ODA, to ODF. And I think by having one location, we can collect really, really, really good data that can help make more informed policy decisions. So I'm just setting it out there that it's not just going to be agricultural debris. We're going to see an increase in just an additional, backyard debris burning. And I think that holistically, that could go really hand in hand with the air curtain burners, as well as other alternatives and emission reduction techniques. So hopefully we can all collaborate. And I absolutely agree with you, State Forester, that it's all about collaboration and making sure we're working together on it.
Yeah, well, thank you. Those are great ideas too. And, Tim and I were just talking about the WUI. We can't stop talking about it. And then Jason Miner asked me about the WUI. Everybody's asking me about the WUI. So, but you're right. We're going to have additional debris burning. That's going to affect the air shed. And we got to work together to make sure that we do it in the right way. So, yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
Any others? Oops, Tim, hold spot.
Gonna just see if there's any final questions. I'm looking at the time and I know Cal's schedule. So. Yep. So with that, I'd like to thank State Forester Mokomoto for joining us today and providing some insights and providing opening that communication, especially with our state agency partners here and with the committee. So I want to thank you for joining us and being able to share your insights with the group.
Thank you, Tim. Good to see everybody.
Thank you, Cal.
Yeah.
Very much.
And tell Mike Shaw, yeah, I appreciate it. Tell Mike Shaw to keep the rain coming though, because we need to extend that fire season out. So, although we're going to be officially in it on June 24th, but anyway. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, folks. Next item on the agenda today is taking a dive back into the metrics that were discussed. So I want to thank DEQ, especially Margaret, for carrying this conversation over the last few meetings and compiling the document. I was getting oriented to it as well. I had some questions from the outside observer. As folks know, I'm not as in-depth with all the smoke management jargon and air quality knowledge as some of my predecessors in this position have been. So I've been looking at it from a little bit of different view and want to talk through the document to be able to, the goal of this is to have a dialogue, walk through the document, try to avoid some of the wordsmithing, but maybe do some flagging, and so that we can have a polished draft back for the next review to meet some normal intent. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ask a few questions as we walk through the document itself. Just to get some thoughts, get some ideas back from the committee here as we walk through it to help just inform, make sure we're on the path we want to. So with it, and with that, I'm going to share. Okay. So it's a few aspects of this, and I when I was looking at it earlier, I was taking the approach as a cold reader. Here I am. So with this, I'm gonna speak to it a few as we walk through the document, just to have a few posing questions for consideration and for feedback to make so that we know where we want in the end of this to have it. There's a lot of information in this document. It's 9 pages long. It's very robust. But I wanted to make sure, with any performance measures, I want to make sure they're applicable, they're achievable, and they're within the bounds and scope of what we're talking about here. So that's just a status check. Some of those maybe yes, some of those maybe we want to think about as we walk through. So the background for and one of the items in here is who is the audience for this document? And that's kind of where I want to start initially with it. Is it something that's for the committee to audit the program? Is it for something that we want to post on ODF's public page so the public sees how what the program is held against? So I just want to start that there is just to open it up is who's the audience for this, because that tailors what's in it.
How do you want to take comments as they come?
Yep. Dialogue.
Well, I think that this is Gregory. I think that this is a work in progress. The Oregon smoke management performance measures, the program itself hadn't changed any for the first 20 plus years to speak of. I mean, we had reviews, but they weren't as robust as the 2007 review, which really reshaped the program. And it certainly, the original performance measures, which were keep smoke out of SSRAs, or what was known as became known as SSRAs. And it's the performance measures have changed just in the space of 3 years. Pre-2019, that was a certain set of performance measures. And now with the 2019 smoke review and the Board of Forestry and the Board of the Oregon Health Authority and the Environmental Quality Commission decided to make some significant changes to get more burning done while still protecting public health, especially public health, to a lesser degree visibility of Oregon's landscape and skies. And I think so. We need to develop a set of performance measures that not only take into account how the program has changed over decades, and it has immensely, but we need to develop a set of performance measures that are very future oriented. How are we going to increase burning to reduce wildfire risk and reduce hazard, while at the same time safeguard public health at the individual level and at the individual worker level as well. As we already seen in 2 years, we've changed what 2019's board actions, policy actions occurred to add the employee and the employer came out of left field. Nobody would have anticipated it, but now it's part of Oregon revised statutes. And it will continue to evolve. So we need to have flexibility in our performance measures and build always towards the future as well as the present. Thank you.
Kyle.
So specific to your question, who is the audience, et cetera? I think in my mind, and I'm really open to folks that have been at this table longer than I have. These performance measures are intended as, I mean, some of them are hard and fast where we have rule in inferences like the NACs. And some of them are goals for continuous improvement, right? And so to that extent, there are two different ways you approach this conversation. If it's a goals document, to me, that's more of an internal smack in order to audit the program so that we can continue to find where we hit the guardrail and bring ourselves back in. If it becomes an external document, more of a public facing thing, that's different. That becomes more focused on what do we have to do? What do the rules say we need to do? And are we achieving those things? And to me, that pushes it into a less useful, if the intention is to get at the goal of continuous improvement, that's not as useful to me in terms of as a document. So my preference would be the former, right? And that we can continue to be flexible in here. I think some of the conversations that we've had over the last year, and maybe Margaret's going to jump in here and say the same things, right? It's different. We approach it different if it's an external, here's what we have to do document. And I don't think I like that as much.
That's what I want to, exactly what I want to get to is, you know, from the onset, what are we looking at with it? So I know Margaret, I'm gonna call on her a second. I just want to add some context that the program itself has one legislative key performance measure. That, so we do have that one established. So this is building on that as the mechanism. Margaret, you're up.
Yeah, so I was going to basically explain that when this document was created, which at this point in time was a while ago now, since it was done in collaboration with Nick and SMAC committee member, the thought was that this was a document to be owned by the SMAC to, you know, track performance and to track that we're staying, you know, in good standing and kind of, as you were hearing, you know, trying to lead to better and bigger successes, but they weren't always completely tied to rule, because obviously we have technology things and things that, you know, we wouldn't get prescriptive of in rule. But so, and I think that is the intention of this document, but I think it can also be used to look at those key performance indicators. You know, right now, our only key performance indicator, like Tim was about to say, is on smoke intrusions. And so, you know, maybe there's an opportunity to add a key performance indicator based on the 2019 rulemaking, so that we actually have those, you know, we can, and maybe that's a performance metric that we should have thought about. Like, we've increased, and I think it should be based off of what we're required to do. But I see this as being an internal document, and if it was an external document, it would look different.
Okay, so with this, as we walk through this, I'm going to propose a lens that we look through with this for a second. One is, it hits, you know, tying into what Cal said, a little bit of how we do outreach and let folks know what the committee is doing is through our public information portions. And we do have a mechanism that's actually referenced through this document quite often, is our annual report. That can be a communication tool, but it consideration of removing it as a deliverable as part of the metrics. it's not a measuring tool to the metric. It's a communication tool of how we're doing, and that can be the tool, that can be the transformative link to connect the committee, the guidance that this document is to the public, that we can have that connection point, and that as the self-audit mechanism saying, according to the metrics, this is how we did, and communicate to the public. So as we go through that, I want to identify a few things on there of what's a deliverable versus what's communication. What's an expectation of the program? What is unique deliverable for each goal? And just have a discussion, and it will help. I think in the end, the goal, or my intent is that we have some organization to help with delivery and construct of this to help us out a little bit. The other is reviewing, lead agency designations. This is a multi-agency document, but each deliverable having a lead agency helps the balance between the responsibilities between what's OHA's role, what's the EQ's, and what the committee would think that is ODF's, and who's on point for each. It helps us share that responsibility a little bit. So just want to do some precursors as we scroll through this with that. Margaret, I hope I didn't derail too much in getting that set up, and hopefully what I said made a little bit of sense. Okay, I got a half of a smile. Christina.
Hey, Christina, Smoke Management. Just coming in from kind of the outside and not seeing these performance measures much earlier. Again, as soon as I saw performance measures, that was an instant kind of a red flag, like, oh, something I need to get done. So could we even potentially massage the title to have internal performance check-in or indicator or something like that?
We'll clarify that one. So this is just metrics for judging the program, not judging the staff in the program, because that's the manager's responsibility. So we'll make sure this is auditing of the and review of the program itself and its implementation. The first page has a lot. Oh, go ahead, Margaret.
Gabriella has her hand up.
Oh, sorry. Gabriella.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, trying to unmute, lower the hand. My apologies. I'm very interested in this conversation today. And I probably missed an email, Tim. I was looking now in my inbox to see if I had this document in my inbox. So I'd love to get it after to refresh, because it has been a while, as Margaret was saying. But also, my apologies, I have a legislator meeting and a public service announcement as the wildfire spokesperson for the agency that I'm recording with the Douglas County Health Officer, that I'm going to have to hop off between noon and 2 p.m. So I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to be around for the whole of this conversation. I'm going to have to hop off at noon. And to the point about that Margaret was raising, is thinking about new metrics. As we finally are seeing and looking to the future, as Gregory said, as we're finally getting capacity in the public health system to focus on these kinds of health impacts of wildfire smoke and prescribed burning smoke, both. And things like community response plans are becoming more robust. That's from OHA's perspective. That's what we, for prescribed burning, from the beginning, OHA signed on in support of expanding the rule, with the idea that twofold, that over the long run, that treatment is going to reduce exposures of lots of people to uncontrolled wildfire smoke, but that prescribed burn smoke is smoke, and we want to make sure that when we do control the smoke through, because it's prescribed, that we also can do interventions to help protect the public. And so I am interested, and I may not be able to join you for that part of it today, but I can circle back with our state agency colleagues and prepare in the interim to think about how we can measure that. One thing that would be helpful for us to evaluate is getting the information kind of comprehensively about intrusions, for example, and that lets us crosswalk to what the public health system is doing to help alert people and provide measures, interventions to protect people. So that's an example of where we'd want to dig in and figure out a good way to build the health in as all of this becomes more robust.
Thank you for that, Gabriella. And all the documents that we looked at today will be compiled and posted online as well for the public, and we'll make sure they're sent out to the meeting invite list as well.
So this is Gregory. So I'm making a big leap here, but this isn't the last time we're going to see this document or a version that's dissimilar from this version.
No, this document will be, what I'm hoping to get out of today is help with some of the leads. This document is loaded with comments over the last couple meetings, and to establish some points, a little more direction from the committee on where to go. I'm going to aim to prompt some of this, and we'll continue this conversation a bit after lunch too, with it, to work through, give the agencies some talking points to go get together, get your portions done, come back with more of add another layer of polish to it, so that we're ready to go for prior to the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
So with that, I'm eyeballing the time a little bit, so we'll probably pick, if it's okay with Gregory, we'll go through what we got now for this. And I just want to look through things for the very specific with that setup lens initially, and then we can pick up a little bit after lunch to roll through. That works for you.
So I concur. Let's keep moving.
Okay.
But let's get you to go through quickly, and then I'm going to ask the Zoom folks and the present time, upfront and personal time folks to quickly pose their quick comments in the short period of time that they've had to review this or re-review this. Well, I'm going to try.
It was on the calendar, or no, they do not have it. So they're reviewing it. And this is the exact same document that was sent out previous meetings. So there's nothing new with it. So,
Okay.
so as we go. Good. Okay. Looking like we're gearing up for rapid fire here. So as we walk through, I'm going to do my best to not to have it readable on the screen for folks. So on there, we have the goals under the administrative rule of the program. There was one addition I wanted to highlight there. I felt, in this cold reader sense of is an expansion. There is a list in 477552 that's where there's or in the administrative rule where this is a little bit of an extension of that. Where I caught on was the last sentence is the last sentence had a just caught my eye as we're walking through it. So if we're tying into administrative rule in up here of just trying to have the language match, that provides a little bit of consistency. That was the only comment. I'm not going to narrate what's already in rule.
Everybody would concur with that. Consistency of language is really, really important.
So as we go through this and looking through it, the questions posed is lead agency. So we have a designator. What's a communication tool versus what's a measuring stick to measure ourselves against? And we'll go through this one essentially is first is minimize the smoke emissions resulting from prescribed burning portions. We have our performance measure. Our performance measure and the goal are identical. So we're going to probably recommend removing one of those two lines in there. So the performance measure and the goal are identical with it. There is a set objective. I'm not going to get into the quantitative measures of it. Again, we're talking a little bit higher level as we go through this for portions. So what we get into is items like monitoring effectiveness as a deliverable. Looking at this from a cold version, there's a lot of deliverables for one topic in here. And it can be a little bit of, okay, well, which deliverable is the priority for this objective? That helps get us there. And also pairing through is these two aspects initially is the monitoring. If we're doing evaluative metrics of a program, we're going to have a monitoring program. That's an assumption. It's not necessarily a deliverable, but that also feeds into an annual report, which is our communication tool. So those are two things that I was proposing as we go through these of turning those into the how is the monitoring, And the telling folk, the communicating out is the annual report and moving that to the end of the portion. So we'll have a comprehensive report. It's what we currently already do. In it, we'll just make sure the metrics go in, utilize that as our access to the public. And what that does is if, you know, it focuses this group's attention on on the technical stuff where we stack up against the asks in there. I know the second one in here, the working through quantitative, you know, deliver or improve emission rec by adding a checkbox. You know, did we get the checkbox into the system? Yes or no? And then that's a check, or that's on the to-do list. Or adding a field on the accomplishment report that confirms number of ignitions. You know, those are tangible actions as a deliverable. And the report can, the annual report can serve as the communication mechanism that those are met. So that's what looking through it as a scope initially. So there'll be a few of those in here. Again, walking through this at a higher level than getting into the weeds, because there's with the comments in here of like we have the committees put a lot of input into this, and I don't want them to regurgitate those efforts or, you know, spend time there. Agencies need to do their work to move to the next polish on that one. Did want to bring up one item in here, and you have to excuse my nerdiness here, but it came back to a Yoda quote from Star Wars, is do or do not, there is no try. And optional future deliverables challenges me to an extent, because when I'm committing staff, is it something that should be consideration for a future and should be wholly summarized at the end of this document like this, pending future investment? Or if it's in here, it looks like something that needs to be done or should be done. And it creates a little bit of a, where do I put my staff in the work? So I just wanted to gather some thoughts on there. I like the, you know, it's good to capture what we could have in the future after we meet something else. So maybe a trigger point where we meet the first couple, and then it triggers this as a deliverable to bring in a future. You know, we get into the we get the checkbox in for PE, we get the checkbox in for the ignitions. After those deliverables are complete, then we add the next one. So that, just want to toss that out as a concept for discussion.
So Tim, I just wanted to say that I'm with you when you say, you know, some of the repeat ones, especially the annual audit and the annual report kind of being pulled out, and you know, maybe being a section on the bottom about communications and something that we're going to do by rule. So I'm all for that. I think it'll simplify it. I do think some of these deliverables are going to be obviously very much obtainable, because I have faith in the program, and I know we're working on all of that. So I do like the idea of having ones that then replace it, because you don't want to get to a point where you're not making that forward progress. But how we denote that in the document, whether that's an optional feature or a list of you know, deliverables that'll come, you know, fill in the ones that have been completed. I have no problem with that. And I think we'll also at some point, as you mentioned, who's the audience? I think at some point we'll also have to talk about how is this going to be owned and who updates it to make sure that when a deliverable is met, we replace it with a new one, because so often documents like this become obsolete, and that's not what we want as a committee and as agencies.
With that as well, you know, we've been talking a lot of how do we plan for the future with this, and progressive steps to get to the future state that we want to go to. So working through, you know, we have a goal, we have deliverables to get us to the next one. Sometimes they need to be done in order. And that's part of the discussion here of determining if we can have determine who's lead, then that agency can go see, okay, are the steps in the process internally, because we all have our internal processes and challenges that work through and opportunities to make it to what makes most sense and what needs to be deferred until the next revision. And that, not to say that this sits on the shelf afterwards, but continually checking, you check a box off. Yes, this is complete. Okay, it activates the next step, and being able to plan for your next steps as well. So not to get rid of them, but just to have a proper understanding of what the expectation is around these additional future deliverables, maybe change them to future or stage 2 deliverables or something to that effect.
It's the player on the bench.
There you go. Yep. So
That's how my mind is telling me it.
lot to take in there with it. This, again, a lot of the focus, theme through this meeting, the setup was, how do we set this committee up for success as we move forward? How do we set the program up for futuring with that? So I'll keep scrolling through here. I'm going to go out on a limb that ODF owns performance measure 1 on it. So I'll check that one up on the list. That's the easy one for it. We get into the second one, following the same principles here. With it is, as we go through reviewing the goals, there's different interagency works. Or in the optional one, you have both the DEQ mentioned in there, you have ODF mentioned in there. For the optionals, however, there's certain deliverables that need to be achieved in the interim. So I'm I got to check to make sure at times, because I talk in loops, it seems. Is this again to see where we're going with the pattern of what we're trying to ask for in this?
Is this helping us move forward? Well, I guess so. Nobody said anything.
You think so? Okay. Yeah. To do. Yep. Okay. So 1 and 2, I'll put a ODF in close coordinate. For number 2 is kind of a mix on that one. We'll put a maximum opportunity for forest land burning, just because that's the goal with it. We'll have ODF as the lead for that, working closely with DEQ and OHA for that one. Similar as we walk through these, and again, there's a lot of comments to digest in here, and there's a lot of subject matter experts to reference in here. Protecting public health by avoiding intrusions. I want to farm this one out a little bit towards, I'm looking, oh, Gabriella, you're jumping off at the perfect time because I'm about to put you on the spot. So thanks for joining today. So with that, this would be one where the public health aspects of it, that's not, ODF isn't the lead in those with it. So we're looking at our partner agencies, both the protection of the environmental quality laws that DEQ has oversight for, and then OHA with public health. So with that one of looking at them to massage this section, integrate comments, and they would be the lead for goal number 3. And what it does is it creates a interagency metrics that feeds into the performance of the program. With it as different folks in here having their getting that balance and expertise to lead. So. I got you on there, Margaret, for number 3. For clear, just working through the comments on that one. So, I mean, deliverables, OHA attends all SMAC meetings.
So this is Gregory. I have a question with respect to 3.
Yep.
Margaret, I'll look to you since Gabrielle's not here. Yeah, I agree with protect public health by avoiding intrusions. And this would seem like a good place to say, and there will not be any NACS violations. An intrusion is something that's annoying and maybe worse, but the notion of having even one NACS violation is just a no-no. I mean, the Clean Air Act is pretty explicit, correct, Margaret?
So I'll jump in. I think that's going to be further down when we talk about NACS exceedances, but I will say this about intrusions. Because we are a state implementation plan state, so we create the smoke management rules. If that gets adopted into our SIP, our state implementation plan, it becomes federal rule on intrusions. So basically the key performance indicator being an intrusion is also a federal violation of the state implementation plan. So
Oh, my
honestly,
goodness.
pardon
Oh, my
me?
goodness. Oh, my goodness. That needs to be made abundantly clear, which I don't think it has been before. After,
Well, I mean, for the most part, as we know, we're working collaboratively, and the program is about moving forward. And Christina Clemens always has a good way of saying, like, we're learning from experiences, but we want to ultimately accomplish all of our goals without having smoke impacts, without impacting communities in a negative way. And so at this point in time, enforcement on an intrusion, we don't necessarily know exactly what that looks like. There are enforcement tables, but we don't have, egregious violators like some states may have. That's not really happening in Oregon. But I would say we want to keep it intrusions, because that's very important. It's exactly what the SIP is. But we will talk about NACS, I think, further down.
that's a big wow. Jerry or Jim, please.
So I noticed on number 3 that it was the way it reads is limited to protecting public health by avoiding intrusions. And it seems like there's been a tremendous amount of work over the last couple of years to help protect the public from smoke. And so when there is a smoke in the environment, and so if you're protecting it only by avoiding the intrusion, it doesn't capture the performance that's being done to protect people should there be an intrusion. And that all that community response planning, all the work that OHA has done to get grants and other things, how is that being measured and captured and presented, where if they say, well, we had 3 intrusions, so we obviously didn't avoid them, but there's all this other work over here that protected the public because of things that were in place. So that's just an omission is what I'm saying.
And I think if you look at the difference between what is the header for number 3 and the goal itself, unlike 1 and 2, which matched, as Tim was pointing out, the goal doesn't exactly match number 3's header. And it does say, and building smoke resilience in communities.
Right, and you were talking about consistency, and sometimes, because it is under the goal, the building smoke resilient communities. But would a legislature just read the goal and not see it?
Potentially, we could do what Tim was saying and get rid of the numbers, and you would just look at the goal itself. Tim, what are your thoughts?
I think the goals, and with the goal being in rule, and sometimes you can read more into a simple one and add in what you need and exclude what, or silence is beneficial at times in text. So that may be to an advantage here of it not being exclusive, but it not being inclusive, and we can kind of pick and choose our adventure a little bit.
We've got there's two, my concern is greater. My concern is that we now have a federal rule in this conversation, as well as the state rule. So we need to be really explicit.
The state rule is the federal rule. So whatever's in the smoke management plan is the federal rule. They accepted in the entire SIP without changes. And so it's identical.
That emphasis, Margaret, I agree, is really needed. I'm not arguing about it. I think you're right on, or it's right on, and we need to emphasize that.
Mm-hmm.
So in the spirit of taking care of one's mind and body, I think we take a break for lunch here. We'll pick this back up. There's a few topics on the end. I got a short preview of our or the spring report, so we'll be definitely catching up some time in there. So I think we'll still be a slight delayed on topics, but still be wrapped up before as the meeting closes. So let's take a break for lunch until 1 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, folks, we're gonna give it a 3-minute warning here. 1:02, we'll be back on the clock. Okay, just switched over to 101. Rick, I'm gonna rename your phone to your name here. And maybe we'll kick it over to you, and I don't know if Jason's with you or not, but if for you to give some highlights on your morning. I know you're involved with some of the that alternatives to burning work, and just from the that Forest Service viewpoint, anything you'd like to share? We'll just start off the afternoon with you.
Oh, good morning. I mean, good afternoon. Thanks, Tim. Sorry I'm late to this, but I've been up in Washington in the Okanagan-Wenatchee National Forest all week, and we're really, as many parts of the Pacific Northwest and the Western United States, we're trying to make a big effort to reduce wildfire risk and using the infrastructure dollars that have become available. And so when I was in a meeting with our regional forester and the public lands commissioner with the state of Washington, and they really wanted to focus in on central Washington is how we're going to reduce the wildfire risk. And of course, they pointed to more prescribed burning. I pointed out that that's easier said than done because we're limited by many things like weather windows and good air quality dispersion windows as well. So it's relevant to this conversation and this body. But what we're looking at here is really, I've been out touring the different districts and understanding the needs out here. There's a lot of excess piles. Some of these are big landing piles, some as tall as 20 feet tall and 50 feet long, et cetera. Some are much smaller, the hand piles that are 6 feet tall. And then the machine piles are somewhere in between. Just one valley I went up with, I counted, 70 piles. And we followed, so I think the first order of business is we want to try to attack and get rid of or catch up on all these piles out here. But how are we going to do that? And so what we're looking at is bringing in or contracting out an air-curtain incinerator that makes biochar. And we were trying to, there's several different models out there by different manufacturers that are appropriate for different sizes. And so we're looking at those and then asking ourselves, what are we going to do with the biochar? And one option is just to put it right back there on the landing to try and do some restoration of the vegetation that's been disturbed from the logging operations. And what that does is helps free up the crews for focusing on other priority work. And with all the work that's been going on over the next several years to try and do more thinning and reduce, there's going to be I anticipate a big increase in the number of piles out there in the landscape. So following logging operations with air curtain incinerator that makes biochar makes a lot of sense. In some portions of roadways, there's a lot of down heavy wood on the roadways as a result of the fires that have occurred. Like in 2020, after the Riverside fire at the Mount Hood National Forest, we brought in the Tiger Cat 650 carbonator, and that was able to consume 15 to 20 tons per hour and really open up those roadways a lot quicker. And so in this next, this new generation or new climate scenario that we're working in with a lot bigger fires, I anticipate still a lot of that type of debris needing to be treated as a source on the landscape. So the air curtain incinerators are certainly one of the tools we want in the toolbox, I think, to help us out. Another thing we're looking at is, well, how can we use the biomass? Are there uses, pull and pull operations, hog fuels, cross laminate timber, as well as a number of other items, biochar included. One of the significant limitations to that is transportation costs and limitations. You'll know the price of fuel these days too. So that limits the transport distance where it's makes economic sense. And then there's not that many places, honestly, where you could bring these things. There seems to be a lot of energy around upcoming biomass utilization market. Some of that's just not in place yet. So we're still finding there's very limited opportunities where it could bring the material right now. I was able to find a few places up here in central Washington that we're going to continue to explore. So, and then the last thing is looking at contracting differently rather than doing we're looking at, maybe doing service contracts or stewardship contracts, maybe where we could trade the value of the material, the slash, to offset some of the costs. So we're looking at a variety of these tools in the future. That's going to, I think, open up a lot of opportunities for us. I'll stop there. If anybody's got any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Appreciate the update, Rick. That was, it sounds like it's been a good time up there for engaging in some of these alternative methods for prescribed fire, as well as really looking into ways and opportunities to solve those mitigation issues up there.
Yeah, one of the issues, there's still some barriers, just like Oregon, which is, it's air permitting. Getting a permit for air curtain incinerators is still a new process for both states. In Oregon, they just came out with their draft general permit that's supposed to help a little bit. That's out for comment until July 20th. So Jill Inahara with the Oregon DEQ is the one to contact. And if anyone wants to, and I encourage you to, is get on the Oregon DEQ website, go look at the draft language of the new permit, look at the fees and what's involved, and please provide comments to Jill. In Washington, they haven't gone through the update on the permit processing, and I'm still trying to learn that. And then the challenge is when you move around locations in each state, like if you want to operate in Lane County, for example, on the Willamette National Forest, that's a different permitting process because El Rapa and Oregon DEQ don't have a mutual agreement to accept each other's permits. And in Washington, we have that with Yakima County as well, in Washington Department of Ecology. So these are things I'll be working on in the next few months to try to pave the way to make it easier for contractors or anybody operating a air curtain incinerator. But it's exciting technology, and I just see it being a big part of the future. So I'm excited about that. Thanks.
Thanks, Rick. So what we'll do, reopening in the afternoon, here is we'll walk through the remainder of those performance measures. What would assist with the next steps in that for the metrics document is just getting the main bullets. I think prior to lunch, we hit a theme on what we're looking for to help guide the respective lead agencies in polishing them up and getting them ready for prime time. Also updating them for that. We want to have something that's sustainable for that. That's been the theme throughout the discussions this morning. Rick, we're going to try real hard to be very descriptive in what you're seeing to help you over the phone here as well. And then as we have a few rapid fire topics more or less through the afternoon. Those we'll walk through a few highlights on the remainder of topics, and we put a default 15-minute time slot for a lot of these, but some of them may take 2 or 3 minutes. And then at the before the end, we're going to walk through it. We call it an action item review. What that's intended is to hit the topics, the key highlights and discussions, documents to share, key thoughts from the committee, asks from the department, just highlight those to make sure we capture them in the meeting summary. And then we'll also want to have a little bit of time to talk about kind of this adjusted format a little bit before we close out. So should be on pace to be rolling out of here before 3 p.m. still with it. So if that's everyone's buckled in.
I was real quick before we completely left that topic from Rick. Appreciate that update, Rick. Margaret, your biomass utilization work group, are you tracking some of those challenges that Rick was outlining? And is that group the right one to put some of those puzzle pieces together?
Yes, absolutely it is. And we are tracking on it. We have federal agencies involved in that work group as well. So yeah, Rick, you weren't able to see the chat. I was just saying, like, kudos for the attention that the Forest Service is giving to kind of exploring alternative methods. But yeah, absolutely engage with the biomass utilization working group in terms of point of contact from ODF. Marcus Kaufman is one of the main contacts, but also Christina is kept in loop via our recaps and has access to all of the shared documents as well.
With that, I'm gonna share back into the this Word document we've been chatting through here, assuming I can find it in my Windows on my computer. Okay. Aha, there it goes. And we'll shorten up folks on that one to one box. Okay, so we left it as what we left off with in a quick summary is just getting some folks to polish up, integrate in all the make some determinations for getting the advisory committee's comments into a document, and less track changes, more new text. For that, lead for one of performance measure 1 will be ODF, 2 will be ODF, and then we had number 3 there as a number 3 as that point, or as ODF as well. And then as we move to number 4, that's what we wrapped up, closed out just before lunch with that. Excuse me, I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit in my own notes. We had 1 and 2 as ODF as the leads, and then that 3rd with the public health aspects and the air quality aspects of protecting those with DEQ and OHA has taken the leads for helping to organize that, not exclusive of each, we'll work inclusively with each other, but just have someone on point so that we share responsibilities in the administration of this this program. So that's where we ended with number 3. Going into number 4, cross-agency collaboration and coordination with other state smoke management programs. I'd like to recommend that ODF has point on this one just because it says smoke management programs, and it allows us some connections with, we can lead those connections with the Association of State Foresters and some of our other forestry agency networks to help facilitate those conversations. It allows us to have a little more ease on how those go. So I'd like to volunteer ODF for that one. And in that same theme, number 5 with the state and federal air quality and visibility requirements of DEQ being on point for that one in that same theme. Okay.
This is Gregory. Margaret, could you just give a short synopsis of what we talked about, but then when we got to the intrusions definition equals federal rule, the room sort of went silent. So, a little bit of background, and so Rick and Jason can get a sense of how we came to
Yeah.
original number 3.
Yeah, so national ambient air quality standards are a federal goal that all states have to comply with. And states can either go down one of two paths. They can follow the rules exactly as EPA writes them, or they can do what's called a state implementation plan. And then the federal government will adopt the state implementation plan as federally enforceable rules. And so we are the latter. We're a state implementation state. And all I was saying is that we need to be mindful that I constantly hear like, oh, we're only concerned about the NACs, but the intrusions are what, ODF, DEQ, and the smoke committee have put in place to eliminate the risk of having a NACs violation. So we allow burning, but we don't allow intrusions, and that's because we want to stay under the NACs. We don't want to even get close to that. So we instead enforce on an intrusion threshold. And so all I was saying is we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that intrusions are our key performance indicators, not NACs. And as you heard from Tim, our ODF's agency key performance indicator for smoke management are in fact intrusions. And that's intentional because intrusions are what we want to avoid. By avoiding an intrusion, we avoid the NACs. So basically what I'm trying to get people to get on the same page as is, we're not doing this all so that it's for the NACs. We're doing it so we don't have intrusions, which is our form of being in compliance with, federal air goals. Our federal air goal is what we've set out to do, and that's the smoke management plan. And there's a compilation of steps. So obviously, once a community is in non-attainment, they have a implementation plan. We have, mobile ones, stationary ones. So there's a whole bunch of them. But what plan we look to is obviously the smoke management rules, and we want to make sure that we don't have intrusions.
Thank you. Good job.
It's a little confusing. I know for a fact Rick knows what I'm talking about, but it is definitely a confusing thing to explain.
Okay, so we'll move through. We got 3 more on the list to split through to have some reasoning, and then we'll be moving on to the next topic here. So I'm being cognizant of time to make sure we don't get too far behind in what we're out on the discussion docket. So the alternative burnings, number 6, I see that one as a split on principle. One is PE use and traditional forest land burning applications. That's more falls under ODF's portions, and it ties in with a previous one. So I want to make sure with us having lead on the first 2 goals that we would have consistency across that one. The alternatives for things like the air curtain incinerator and that as an alternative burn, that's where I see the split and a joint lead on this one. So I'm going against my own guidance on what we were trying to accomplish, but I see this being a combined lead on it between ODF and DEQ for different reasons, and having that, it's just separation of discipline a little bit. So this one I would recommend, and I'm going to look at a recommendation, but seeing if there's any opposition, more so that this one's a shared responsibility for development between ODF and DEQ based on that one.
I actually think it's critical that there is shared responsibility on this one. And one of them is actually to that conversation we just had with Rick. If we go too far down one side of the path, we'll accidentally eliminate. Like if we say air curtain burners are awesome, everybody has to do it, but somebody forgot to tell right, the regulators, well, then we have to do a thing that we can't even actually create an economy out of. We didn't get anywhere. So I think you guys having that shared responsibility is actually critical.
This is Gregory. I think it's essential that somewhere in here we say, this is no longer can it be solely a single agency program. It has to be shared. And we have to walk the talk the walk. And I would offer that if you wanted to give an emphasis that DEQ, takes over the lead on the emissions reduction techniques because they had to unhinge or unpin no burning of plastic from our program with respect to polyethylene and the percentage coverage and the number of piles covered. Similarly, I think that ODF, with all the mechanical background that has come with the forest products industry, there seems like no one better than the people who use the equipment as well as the people who sell the product in some form that makes an alternatives to burning a viable option.
I was just thinking that same thing, Gregory. How
added products will sell the debris.
Yes, no question. The other piece of it to me is, as we're trying to capture use of ERTs, the only one ODF is going to be able to capture is the use of PE. Who's capturing air curtain burner usage? It isn't ODF.
Yeah.
So that to me screams multiple agency effort.
Gregory again, we have way more contacts amongst us in the table from ODF and industry or small industry with the industry. DEQ doesn't have that relationship.
Well, Gregory, I want to step in and correct you on that. We are very tied with industry because every one of those industries is then regulated by DEQ. So as soon as it goes to a biofuels plant or a biomass plant or turns into it's getting turned into anything, it is regulated by DEQ. So we are technically the regulatory authority for all of that.
I stand corrected and thank you.
So I agree. And I think what we're kind of getting at is that our hands are tied together as agencies. The forests are obviously, in ODF's territory. They know exactly how things are being managed, not, across, even outside of their state lands. They are, the main state agency. But once that product goes anywhere and is getting turned into anything, it definitely becomes a DEQ touch point. And so it has to go hand in hand. And in terms of the use of air curtain incinerators, all of that information is information that DEQ can provide because we permit it. I think that there is going to be continued need for discussion on the permitting of air curtain incinerators. I do, like Rick said, encourage everybody to look at that permit because there could be crossover. Smoke management permitting is one thing, but also there's the fact that when you permit for burning, you're also getting an idea of where burning is happening, and it's a fire prevention and protection thing. And at some point, DEQ, we have the authority over burning that's not slash burning, but during wildfire season, that authority actually goes to ODF, and that's because it's a fire hazard and a safety issue. So there may be a need for ODF to be informed about the use of air curtain incinerators, because although it's not likely, it could cause a unintentional consequence, and they may want to be informed about the burning. And I think that's accomplished through Ferns, but we're still navigating all of that.
Thank you.
So with that one, moving on to 7. This one is in that exact same framework. I believe it's not only individual agencies, but our communications framework and plan. And documenting that communication is a split across all. So that one's ODF will take lead on that one, but not a huge lead on that framework and but in close coordination with DEQ and OHA. So that one is close to all of us, but it will have ODF own it, with it being smoke management related.
Is that which one? I'm sorry, are you 6?
Looking at
or-
7.
Oh, okay, because we're still on.
Yeah. So. Okay. Oh, sorry. Now I'm tracking.
Yeah.
I'm tracking 2 computer screens and the paper in front of me and the conversation all at the same time. And I'm glad no one is putting anything in the chat right now, because then we'd have another thing. I'd have another light blinking at me. So
You're doing great.
yep. I got a lot of practice over the last few months. So yeah, local level important. We've talked about communication all morning, social license. So reflecting that, and also this one's section's a little lighter on the comments, but also taking this section and trying to figure out how to measure it. And that's what we're going to come back with the committee at with this group of how are we going to measure our communication, and what's that avenue, what's that goal, or is a report out of what we did to set a benchmark. So that's going to be coming back in the next polished version of this. Last one is the IT infrastructure. This one feeds into a little bit with, we talked about a little bit futuring and program modernization. This has a couple of these deliverables are caught up in some of the others with the tracking of the PEUs. So we'll be looking at the deliverables. There's one aspect of this, and I might reframe it as a metric. And this is just me talking out loud a little bit for this process, is what influence to, and can we identify a need, but how is IT fit into a metric or something we can measure versus some critical need, or how is it complementary to getting us tracking measures of the data we need to make decisions? So those are the 2 views of it now. ODF will own this one since it's our systems, but working with what resources are available, and maybe rephrasing this into opportunities that exist for advancement, and rolling it more into the program modernization, the program development, program futuring conversations that we've been having throughout the morning. So that's my initial thoughts on that one. Feel free to attack them a little bit or tear them apart. This one I found was a challenging metric, an important topic, but a challenging to have as a quantifiable metric.
Yeah, and I think it's one that, IT is always advancing, and there's unknowns with the future of what direction the legislator is gonna go. So I think it's something that, we may need to pick up and review, and if there's future funding to do a more extensive fire and smoke, one-stop shops that's, goes beyond just forest land, like maybe we could pick it up and have different deliverables. But at this point in time, I agree. But we definitely don't want to lose sight of what the goal is, which is to make sure that there's adequate IT support.
Exactly.
This is Gregory. To me, IT support and funding are both resources. They either work or they don't, or you don't get any money, or the software, hardware program doesn't deliver you data. That this has to be jointly shared, and that only with data will you know if the program's been successful. And that could apply to OHA clients at the county level, or the individual street level that's down in the bottom of a basin and gets smoked out every time. So it's going to become very, very sophisticated, but for a simple end purpose. And that is our public's, clients, patients, friends and neighbors Are they safe? Have they been affected? And do they have do we have a credibility problem? In other words, have we still got the license to produce forest products, protect public health, and monitor the environment?
Thanks for that. So what I'm gonna do at this topic, I'm gonna stop sharing with it. We're gonna track this. You'll see the designations pop up in the meeting summary of who's on first for each of these as we roll forward, and be prepared for a new draft for comments upcoming as soon as we can get those designees and subject matter experts to start reviewing the comments and start turning them into a second draft language. So with that, next one up is myself and Margaret a little bit for the annual report review updates with it. Margaret, do you want to kick that one off a little bit with just what we're doing with the review schedule and in process with what we received this over the last couple months?
Yes. So as I kind of mentioned in my update, we are moving towards having the communities with the 1 hour exemptions report at the same time. So on a calendar year. That got tricky because, as you know, somebody might apply for their 1 hour exemption, say in November, and the calendar year then is quite small. And so we asked everybody to submit their report for 2021, and we're anticipating, and we've mentioned that the next report, even though it might be a reduced report, will be due in January of 2023, and that will be for the 2022 season. All of those annual reports are reviewed by all 3 agencies. So they're reviewed by ODF and DEQ, and then we also send it to the Oregon Health Authority to provide comment. And then we take those comments and we work with the community to make sure that we've captured exactly what we're interested in knowing, to make sure that the plan is being used appropriately, and provide assistance where needed. And so I would say that everything's kind of moving forward smoothly. Some communities provide far more, extensive reporting on everything that they're doing. And some provide a much more simpler report, but there is no template that we require. And so it does require us to kind of just review and make sure that they're in compliance with the rule. But everything at this point in time is moving along. We are helping Lakeview, who is interested in a 1 hour exemption. Our concern with their implementation of the community response plan is that it was heavily dependent on text alert messaging, and we wanted to make sure that that was in place before we approved their request for a 1 hour exemption. And they are working with OR alerts. I will provide this update. Since then, DEQ has reached out to OR alerts and to Everbridge, and we are also providing just general information on smoke messaging. So we're hoping that, and this is for their SOP, we're hoping that that might be able to simplify communities that are interested in using this in the future. So is that a good start, Tim?
Yeah, thanks for that. So main points with this one is that we're trying to establish some consistency in the process to put folks on the same timeline. That it helps with expectations, helps with planning for review, staff review, commitment of resource, and making sure we have timely reviews, and then get back to the communities, and then get them finalized. And we can have a date to expect that instead of them trickling in throughout the year.
So that then will present.
Yes, yep. So it puts everyone on the same page. That first one, just maybe, after they get their plan approved, their first annual report, maybe a little bit of quicker turnaround, and then that 12-month cycle after that. So, okay, thanks, Margaret. So we mentioned the previous last meeting, we had some thoughts on trying to get around some plans for doing not the review, but the planning process for the review, and trying to get information to feed into that. And how it was left off was how do we engage the previous review committee without and kind of have a check-in with them on their thoughts. So utilizing, so the rules themselves are getting closer to what our Secretary of State 5-year effectiveness review deadline with that. So that serves as an opportunity to have a check-in, and what I'm proposing as an opportunity is, oh, go ahead, Gregory.
This is Gregory. So it would occur to me that the Secretary of State needs to meet their effectiveness review. So we ought to have all of the members that we can locate from the last formal 5-year review, which produced the 2019 changes to the smoke management plan. We ought to put a lot of effort between the 3 agencies to reaching out to those people to get their summation of how do they feel 5 years on. What's the lessons learned? What are the barriers that you're seeing now that you weren't seeing then, or et cetera? Are there successes? And just could be a phone call and a short follow-up email message that says, please respond to these 6 questions. And then the committee, I'm talking about this advisory committee, then participates in going through those and then bringing that up as the committee's response to the Secretary of State over their effectiveness review, but also a newsletter back to the review committee from 2019, as well as to the Board of Forestry on here's what we did with 2019. Took us 3 years to finally get 1 year out or whatever. Anyway, thank you.
Well, Gregory, you stole my thunder on that one. It was awesome with that. No, it's great. So that was the plan with it. So the Secretary of State has some basic questions I think we can utilize as a leverage. What I want to walk through is just the general concepts of gathering the information we need without overburden. I believe there's 26 folks on that group, not overburdening them with having to produce a report, but getting their feedback effectively and in a manner that prompts them to provide it.
So this is the Secretary of State's effectiveness review audit is new to all of us. Mm-hmm. And so it gives us a great opportunity to get the pulse of the Secretary of State's office, which helps us look forward into the future. So on critical elements.
So the questions involved with this, I wanted to keep it fairly simple to create it as engaging with folks. So have a few with a lot of folks are always busy and out during the summer. So we want to keep moving on or make things simple. So easy questions like, did the rules achieve their intended effect? As one of the questions, what was the intended effect? Did the rules succeed or fail in achieving this effect?
So this is a place where State Forester Mukamoto can be really helpful because he has regular contact with the Secretary of State's office by virtue of the Oregon Land Board. So it's a perfect thing for us to keep this elevated and this notion of eventually we're going to have burning equity across the state. Doesn't matter who you've been lobbied by before, but we need a common playing field that's got easy rules and a high opportunity for protection of public health, as well as protecting the forest industries and other people who need to burn.
The other potential questions, I was trying to keep it to about 3 to 5 questions, is impacts on small business. This one has more ties, but with the operator community, what kind did it get the intended opportunities? Did you get your burning opportunities done? Did it have negative impact? Did the rules create an unintended negative influence? Essentially, something that we didn't catch. And then what are public health entities as well? were there potential negatives as well? So that question is going to be a floater, but it's going to hopefully touch on both sides of that equation because, you know, the American Lung Association was on that advisory committee in that. So I want to make sure that the questions are worded to have their effects both directions. And then are there noted missed opportunities where a change didn't quite hit the mark or go far enough? That kind of feeds into its intended effect, but as more of the other side of it, where didn't the rules go far enough to have some opportunities for growth? And then where were the rules too expansive? So leave it there. Too far, too short? Did they meet the mark? Did they not? And then if the monetary effects as guiding that. The intent is to work with DEQ and OHA as these go out to craft this. It will be sent, it'd be a little bit to get out, but we have electronic contact information for most of these folks. And traditionally, the easiest way of gathering the information and have it compiled is usually using a tool like SurveyMonkey. That's been a good one for compiling information. So that's where I'd be looking to as just a basic tool source for compiling responses. So that's the initial plan for getting that initial feedback, compiling it, get it back to the advisory committee here to see where some processes could be moved forward. Any questions?
I just have a comment. I anticipate a lot on the disruptiveness of COVID and then having a really wet spring. And so I think we should just be mindful when we review those. And maybe there can be a preface to the survey that just explains, like, we know it's kind of been an unprecedented period of time between an adoption of a rule and getting, adequate data on how effective it is. So maybe Jim can write us something that sounds pretty for that.
And that's one of the reasons actually why this has been new to this group is every 5 years, we generally review the rules. So we don't have to do the effectiveness review for the Secretary of State because we don't meet that's every 5+ years. So that's why this is new, but it's a useful tool to help us get this started on the next review and figure out where the next steps may be. So appreciate that, Margaret. That's front and center of why the overall review is being delayed in general. Is not enough data to an extent or execution of the rules. So looking forward to seeing what happened this previous year when we actually could do some burning, albeit the spring was a little light. So I believe the next topic is program modernization. We've walked through that quite a bit this morning. And Gregory, you had some thoughts on rolling this one, so I'm gonna turn it over to you.
Thank you. Short and simple. I think everything that we just got done talking about with the Secretary of State's effectiveness rule, getting back with the review committee to get a sense of how well we've performed with the 2019 rules, and huge policy shift that came out of the 2019 review. And by the time we do that, as well as the budget work and protocol, that I think we're going to have a good sense of where's our weak spots or our soft spots in terms of modernization of the program that allows the program to continue to be successful going into the next 5 to 10 years. So it all feeds back to the future of the program, because the EPA is not going to let us off the hook. They're either going to do it for us and tell us what to do to whatever their standards are, or we're going to continue to hold on to the state implementation of the Clean Air Act and write our own passage, more or less.
I think you hit the nail on the head right there. Part of the planning efforts, I see this as a topic that may be on the future agendas as we build out the other tools we've discussed this morning to help feed into what this developing topic may be with this. So any folks on online?
Well, Tim, it kind of goes hand in hand, that just sparked something for me, which is, maybe in that email that's going to go out to the SMAC, the original Rules Advisory Committee, is just mentioning the fact that there could be a ratcheting down of the NACs, and that could trigger something else too. If so, in June or in January 2023 or whenever early 2023 when we find out, it's still kind of unclear to me because I'm new to this world of air quality, whether or not there has to be like a period for implementation if the NACs does get lowered. It's not, obviously that would trigger a review of compliance for municipalities, and so I don't think it's an immediate thing, but I think it's something that we will eventually then have to do a rulemaking to update the SIP to be in compliance with the NACs, because how it works as being a state implementation plan state, we cannot be less stringent than the NACs. So that's a confusing way of saying we have this on the back. We need to have this on the back of our minds that although we're going to ask for effectiveness, we had all this unique stuff that's happened. We may be jumping into it sooner than we originally anticipated, but not necessarily by choice.
It's a good top or good point to have in the back of mind as we consider these options.
This is Gregory. As an example of something happening very rapidly, you would never have thought would have happened rapidly. How long has the e-vaping rules been in place from the FDA? No more than 5 to 10 years? Well, they're getting changed as we speak. It was announced yesterday.
That's
By changed, I mean restrictive, exceedingly restrictive.
That's a smoke management that I have zero understanding of. So
I was only reading the headlines at 10 o'clock last night.
Okay, so this topic, we set the tone throughout the day and hit it quite a bit. So I think it's more of the theme of this topic's more of the theme of the conversation of the day, as opposed to its own standalone. So Margaret, I think you're up. I didn't see the Aaron anymore. So I think we'll have to, you might have to cover the EPA annual meeting if you was able to attend that.
I was able to attend it. It was a multi-day virtual meeting. It went really, really well. We had a lot of attendance, and there was conversations from the prescribed fire councils, from health agencies, from researchers. I was a presenter at one point talking a little bit about the biomass utilization working group. In general, I thought it was really well done. I am looking forward to meeting in person again one of these days. So hopefully we will be able to bring that back. But yeah, I thought it was an enjoyable meeting, and if there's any questions that anyone has about that, I'm happy to answer them. If not, it'll be a fast topic, just that it went well.
Maybe Margaret, aside from obviously the next discussion is probably a big deal. Any other significant themes being talked about there that we might want to be looking around the corner at?
Well, so it talks too about wildfire smoke preparedness. It's not just prescribed fire. And so there was discussions on how to best communicate with vulnerable populations, and more information about the need to tie that with heating and or with cooling, so air conditioning access. So from a health side, that was kind of a thing that was being mentioned a lot. And then just all around smoke readiness, because of the fact that, it's a perennial issue that, is very, very common in the Pacific Northwest. So preparedness is very important. But obviously, yeah, people are concerned about the NACs. I think there was also a little bit of talk about exceptional event demonstrations and how we're going to go about doing those. For those of you unaware of it, it is incredibly time consuming. Even though a lot of that information already exists. I've had conversations with some of my friends and colleagues at the Forest Service that I think there's an opportunity to use the air resource advisors that are deployed to incidences to help document some of that documentation that's needed for weight of evidence. So I think there's areas and opportunities for us to collaborate too. And we talked about air curtain incinerators. That was another one we talked about because that requires Title V permitting. And so a lot of pressure from me for EPA to reconsider that. I think it's way over permitted. But that's an opinion of my own. We should note that that's not necessarily the opinion of everyone.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? Otherwise, I'm gonna turn it over to Gary for it being his time to shine with the spring burning overview. Looking at the screen, I just realized we lost Gary. So,
Hey, yeah, this is Pete. Gary he just lost power at his house. He just called me. I can do it if we want to stay on schedule. I can do that, but I'd rather have him do it if possible. Is it possible to float his deal, maybe one segment, and then if he gets power back, he can do it? Tim, your discretion. I can do it now if you want me to.
tell you what, Pete, I can float it for probably 10 minutes here and take the next discussion because we're on the last two portions of it. I think it's highly convenient that the power went out right when he was getting up to talk here. So we'll see here. So want to walk. So the intent, I said, we're going to walk through a couple items here, make sure we captured everything. We mentioned that we're doing things a little different, utilizing the recording. The little red dot's been on since 9 o'clock. Capturing what we've been doing and talking about, and that's our record for the meeting. So that's just to help capture that a little easier. So wanted to do a review of topics, make sure what Shelby and I are tracking here makes it into the meeting summary. Have a nice, concise meeting report, essentially for folks to view, to put it together. So we went through the welcome and roll call this morning, talked a little bit about the different meeting logistics, moving over from Teams to Zoom gives us a little different functionality, gives us some different permissions and that kind of fun stuff. So that was just a general overview of the day. Then we had our agency reports, had some good discussions through those report outs, and that tied into a few agenda topics as we walk through the rest of the plan here for the agenda topics today. I did not note any report outs for those, and also for the documents that were shared. So DEQ had a written report. OSWA had those written reports. Those will be part of the meeting summary documents as well. So we'll compile those together, and that'll be part of the meeting package. OHA had a verbal report. And then also Rick had his verbal report in the afternoon, and then ODF had the same. So that's what I'm tracking there. Any attachments we turn in, we'll include with the meeting packet as well. We had no public comments today. Then we got into the smoke management budget presentation. That was kind of a new format for that view. We didn't get into the fund balance, as I mentioned this morning, as we had that work with against the invoices that are sent out from the spring burning or lack of this spring. Wanted to introduce the topic of how some of the expenses and the outflows from the fund happen and try to tease out tools to help the committee identify potential future investments, future opportunities to that regard. So I'll be pulling together that the budget that was shared, as well as the fund balance sheet. So we'll have those similars there, and we'll include revenues, and I'm going to try to include a historic S&S number. So the cost of travel and that kind of supplies that tied to the fund, to show a little more of that comprehensive picture. I did leave a request for the committee to provide feedback on other opportunities as you think through what was presented, of what information may help assist decisions, so we can build a report that's usable and try to have something more comprehensive. So that was a bit more of the bulk of the discussion as far as what I was tracking for to-dos, or for action, we'll call them action items. State Forester Mokomoto joined us, and we had a good discussion there. Just again, the theme of today's meeting is future and where to go. We talked about the performance metrics and had the goals assigned to agencies. Those will be in the meeting summary of who's on first for what for that topics. And those will be expected that we'll have revisions polished up and back to the interagency review between all of us, so that we're all on the same page when we come back and there's no more comments or track changes in that, so that you all have a cleaner document to peruse through and have a little more of a seamless dialogue with that. Give a quick highlight on the annual reports, as well as the plan for the we'll call interim check-in with the committee. So I'll be working through crafting those survey questions, working with Margaret and Jim on that. And then that will be, when that's available, that will be circulated before that goes out, but that'll be going out to the previous Rules Advisory Committee members. I had a short talk on the program modernization, highlights of the EPA annual meeting, and this was highlight, so just a summary at the end to make sure we didn't miss anything. And with that, the question is, did that summarize today? Couple heads nod. Okay. So went through a lot of stuff today. It was, and a lot of information as normal. It was a robust agenda, great discussions, lots of information, and lots of good focus and efforts moving to the future. Speaking about that and waiting to try to buy some time until Gary gets his power back, hopefully. So Pete, I'm looking, got a couple more minutes here. With this being a slightly different, this agenda is different than previous on it, adding in there and there's two portions of this. I know the committees has an annotated agenda, so we know a little bit about who's on first for each topic. The public does not see the public agenda only has 2 columns, not the third for it. Zoom allows us to have add people into the meeting as it goes. It also takes a record, and it also transcribes meetings if we need to. So there's some functionality in the program for changing it to a different one. And I know for folks it's different in person when we're talking to each other, but folks on the screen, changing the program you're using changes your functionality if you're used to one or the other. And then just the meeting materials, had it noted in here. The intent was to have the agenda, the program budget, and the metrics ahead and out to the committee prior to the meeting. That obviously did not happen this time. The agenda was posted in the meeting invite and was available. The budget and the metrics were not. That's my fault. I was late getting the stuff together. We'll want to clean that up. So what you see in the draft agenda for meeting materials are what will be expected, or what you should be able to expect to be in the meeting invite on the calendars. And also the prepared review for the public as well, and available on our public site. After meeting deliverables, items like meeting notes, that will be the meeting report. Action items, just do a quick review there, the roster of who was here today. And then any other items we've discussed that circulate in, any other reports to the committees or various committee members' reports, that type of stuff will be in this after meeting deliverables portion. We're going to take the recording and put it on YouTube. That's the easiest place to put this stuff. The department has had great success and it increases transparency with Oregonians of what's discussed in these meetings. We aim to have these meetings, try to meet as close to public meeting law and procedure as possible. It's just a good, transparent way of doing business. So that's what we strive to do in this.
So question.
Yep.
With respect to that. Is the budget discussion pages going to get posted on the YouTube?
That visualization will be on there. It's similar to however some of our other business. It's also a public document as well.
Okay. That might need some definitions.
I agree. Context
It's pretty-
is important.
Pretty complicated for us. We've been sort of in the business.
Yep. So.
Thank you.
Yep, so this is a new process. What I wanted to do is walking through the tail end of the agenda, which a lot of folks don't walk through, is thoughts. Thoughts on improving, thoughts on things you didn't like today, and opportunities of something you did like that you want more of, just open to it. We're trying some few new things with technology, of getting more access. A lot of people here today didn't have a single member of the public. So just that's something to be cognizant of as we do business as agencies and advisory committees. If we want to try to, we talked a lot about communication and engagement, but membership to someone be able to sit in and just visit, or even having someone from K2 News join and listen into what's going on. That type of stuff may happen in the future, and how do we encourage that, or just process in general to make sure you're successful as committee members.
I felt like we covered a lot of ground effectively. We have a history in these meetings of not getting all the way through our agenda. We certainly did today, and I still felt like had ample time to have discussions and stuff. You've already addressed what my primary concerns would have been, and that's, moving forward, we'll have some of those better budget metrics. I take some time to marinate a little bit, and so it's helpful to look at that ahead of time. And as I've got a couple angels on my shoulder and all these conversations that like to have that time. And so you've already said we'll moving forward be able to get those ahead of time and noodle on them. And I think that's perfect. The flag I always put in the sand is just that fund balance, understanding our revenues, understanding implications of things like COVID, right? We've had 2.5, 3 years now of, as we talked about, disruptions in our burn program. And are we really confident that our revenue and our projections are reflecting that? I don't know. But I think that's super important, at least from my perspective. So just that from us, I think probably Rick too, that financial side is super important. Keep an eye on moving forward, in addition to the policy.
Good. Scott Gregory. That's a good one to note. So, Jason, Rick, I know you guys had some other obligations and you caught the tail end, but this initial thoughts, you saw a kind of a different format to an agenda and style of doing business. So I just want to open it up to, don't want to exclude your thoughts just because you're not in the room.
I don't know if Jason was ever able to call or not. He's not with me. I appreciate you keeping us on track as we move forward. I'm very interested in continuing that. Make sure that the information that comes before this committee and placed on the agenda is relevant, not just for your information, but I'm interested in decision making. Where is there decision making space that we're doing that? And if it's not there, that we clarify that it's just for your information. Be very pragmatic with our time. So I appreciate the leadership there too. And forward to the continuation and improvement of the program.
Rick, I think I'm going to try to summarize, and you're going to have to say yes, no on what you said there. We had to really turn you up in the room. So in kind of having some identification in the agenda of what's informational, what's decision space, where decision space is, and keep topics relevant to the committee.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. We can do that. Okay.
And I would echo those same comments from Rick, and I apologize for being late today. I was triple booked, and they were they were high level meetings that somebody had to participate in. So I apologize for not being here today.
Thanks, Jason. Appreciate you being able to join us for the tail end here, because how we set up for the next meeting is how we say set up for success. So it's important.
And I will touch bases with you working through our new agreement on paying you for our smoke fees. That's something I need to do, and I'd like to make that happen if I can in the next couple of weeks.
Sounds great. Okay, Pete, well, we stalled as long as we could. So if you could walk through what Gary had on the docket for us, and that'll get us to the close for the day.
All right, I'm gonna have to cue this thing up. Sorry about that, but that's why we have backups, right? Things like this happen. So let me see here. I'll share my screen and we'll share that screen and move this over. Slideshow from beginning. And does everybody see spring 2022 ODF smoke intrusion summary?
Yep, we got you, Pete.
All right, then. This is going to be a quick one, much like the last one was. There were no smoke intrusions. So all that buildup, you're all waiting for Gary, and then that's it. There's no smoke intrusions, but we do have 7 smoke incidents to report. Remember, an incident is defined as smoke into an SSRA that has a 1 hour PM2.5 of less than 70 micrograms per cubic meter. We'll put it down here. I think I got see control right here. This guy, less than that value, or smoke into a non-SSRA, a community of 70 micrograms per cubic meter for a 1 hour or greater. So either of those would be a smoke incident. And we had 7. Here they are. Now we keep a spreadsheet internally, an internal log. We show it to you folks here to see you can see the log that we have. This does not get disseminated, but we do an investigation on each one of these. As you can see, to get some basic information, we find out who the responsible agency is, how much was burned, and so forth on these. Oops, let me go back. How much was burned on these, what the peak PM 2.5 was. We had a couple of these. We had one into Bend, and that was a small burn, again in that West Bend project area that has it drained into Bend, or was near that area. Very small burn, and it put Bend over the 70 micrograms, which is 71.2. And I see we've got Gary on here now. Gary, I know you had, if you wanted to talk while this is on, you can take over. And since you had a presentation prepared, would you like to take over?
You're actually, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, you're doing just fine so far. I wasn't going to add this much detail.
Go ahead. Go ahead and continue if you like.
Well, I just that we had several incidences here that we're learning something from each one. Each one that we have on the list here, we've actually been able to learn a little bit about what we can and what we can't do. just short of causing any intrusions. And so these were actually successful. Like to keep that one at Sisters a little bit down, but that it's not an SSRA, so turned out okay, but we'd like to avoid that. The first 5 on the list were in the Bend and Sisters area. So we just learned a little bit more about what we can and can't do. The last 2 went into Willamette Valley, and again, we learned a little bit about that one too. Have anything more to say about this, Pete?
Yeah, I do. I think there's something interesting to point out. We don't have it shown on here, but I'm looking at another spreadsheet that has the tonnages. That one into Sisters, the thing that I want you to take note of here is the 24-hour average was 60. So that was, a NACS exceedance, if you will. Granted, this is a non-SSRA, but one of the things about this burn that was interesting is that it was a 100-acre, approximately a 200-ton underburn, and it was the smoldering from that of approximately 100 acres. The smoldering of that went into a drainage that funneled into Sisters. That's not all that different from a West Bend situation. So it may give us kind of a clue as to what 100 acres could do in the West Bend area. Again, it's kind of one form of an apple comparing to another, but it's not apples to oranges, because that's a fairly similar situation there. So that could prove kind of valuable for us in terms of giving us a test of what we can or can't get away with in Bend. Now, remember, in Bend, as long as we stay below the 70 in 1 hour, they have the 1 hour exemption, but we certainly don't want to see a 60 on the 24 hours. So that was an interesting one. As much as we don't want to smoke out Sisters, it does perhaps give us a data point that we really didn't have for the West Bend area as to, how little it takes in terms of acres to create a pretty significant impact when you're talking about a drainage flow with overnight smoldering, which that was. We had witnesses on that watched the smoldering go down into the drainage and then shoot into Sisters overnight. Again, the main smoke plume went out fine, Miss Sisters, and that's frequently the case with those smoldering ones. The other ones west of the Willamette Valley, those would have been intrusions under the old rules, but because we have the new rules and it was less than 70 on each of those were smoke incidents. Those are examples, both of those are examples of burns that would probably not have been allowed under the old rules, or we would have had to cut back and say, can you do half or do, if they were burns that could be cut back. I think those were broadcast burns. They may not have been able to be cut back, in which case those are burns that we allowed that we wouldn't have allowed. And that's been a general theme with this, is that the new rules equals more burning. So unfortunately, though, as we got into the spring, as Gary pointed out here, a very wet spring, and the Forest Service shut things down because of the issues that they've been having too. So we really haven't had a true full season test of these new rules with, as you pointed out before we came to this, with COVID, and then with our wet spring, and then we had the wildfire issue in New Mexico with the prescriber and all those things. Hopefully, as we start to get through that, we'll eventually get to where we can really do a test on this, the new rules. And I think what we'll see is that we can allow for quite a bit more burning under the new rules. And that was one of the goals of those. So,
Pete, real quick question for you.
yes.
Slide with your incidents on it there.
You want to go back this way, okay?
Yeah, appreciate that.
Yeah.
The Albany, Corvallis, Eugene, are those two different burns? Is that same burn?
Let me go back over onto my spreadsheet here. They were. There was a burn west of Albany, Corvallis, and there was a burn west of Eugene. Those were two. The one west of Eugene may have contributed a little bit to the one up toward Corvallis, but the one but there were two different burns on that. It's a
Okay.
good question. Yeah.
Yeah, well, this is another, we had a lunch conversation that the general group won't be able to benefit from, but I actually I live there in North Albany. I remember that there wasn't any visibility implications during that event at all. So the old intrusion rule, probably you could smell it, but you couldn't even see it. And there was several hazelnut orchard conversions getting burnt that same day, driving back from Salem. So I'm not sure that was entirely our smoke. And it's an interesting, really interesting conversation, because look at that 42.2. And if this new NAX level goes to 30, now Margaret, help me understand, is that 30 going to be the 1 hour threshold?
It's gonna be the daily,
The daily. Okay.
Yeah, 42.
the longer one, yeah,
The
not the
longer
short.
one. Okay,
Yeah,
good.
yeah, that's 1 hour, and that's 42.2 1 hour. So that's a very, very light. That's a light intrusion under the old rules.
Okay.
And so yeah, it makes sense that there wouldn't be a big visibility restriction on that. But under the old rules, that would have been an intrusion if the burn west of there, and there was a prescribed burn west of there, by the way. If that contributed, that would have been an intrusion under the old rules. And probably that burn wouldn't have been allowed in that spot under the old rules, but it can be under this. But that also speaks to what I was talking about earlier in this presentation. You've got egg burning going on, and it's intermixing, and they tend to want to burn on the same days that the prescribed burning folks want to burn. So as Margaret was talking about, a sharing of the air shed. So it does complicate things. But those are all great questions. Anything else?
Hey, Pete, this is Rick.
Yes, sir.
I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
So I'm really curious when you made the comparison between the drainage and sisters, the drainage flows. I think in terms of not only the amount of the emissions and the emission rate, but also the volume in which the air is dispersing into and moving downstream. And from my understanding of mountain meteorology, not every valley has the same height of inversions. So this is one area we don't have a whole lot of information on. We haven't run any soundings at nighttime to get an idea of what the height of these inversions are and if they vary, under different synoptic conditions. So I'm really cautious in terms of making that comparison to, and I understand what you're doing. It's similar, but I'm not fully on board yet with, I guess you clarified, it's not apples to apples, but it's not apples to oranges either. So I continue to ask myself, what information do we need to collect that would be helpful? And I know we talked about more burns, but we really, I believe, need more understanding about the atmosphere in which we're dispersing those pollutants into to help our understanding be able to refine our ability to forecast these things accurately.
I think everything you're saying, Rick, is valid. I do. It's a better data point than a lot of other places that something like that could go on. But yeah, it's not exactly right. It's not exactly the West Bend project, but it's something. And I'm trying to find some positive information we can get out of an otherwise, not great event. We don't like to put that much smoke even into a non-SSRA. But I think one positive thing we can get out of that is that it is possible for, 100 acres to, at least for sisters in that drainage, to get a NAC exceedance. That doesn't mean 100 acres will do that in Bend. Yeah.
Well, I think as some of this infrastructure money becomes available, I'd like to have we started having the conversation, what other information do we need to collect? And maybe we ought to throw sisters into the same box as Bend in terms of what information do we need to collect. We heard counting stumps would be helpful. We're talking about maybe understanding atmospheric structure a little bit more, but it's possible And I've had this conversation with Michael Orman that perhaps some of the dollars that would be available either from this program or from new money that's become available, if we could come up with a plan that we agree to that would help us, that forecasting, it sure be helpful to know. We've started on that, but we have not finished that conversation. I think I appreciate the efforts and the more data points, and we'll keep learning. We still have a lot more to learn.
Yeah, we do. The danger is, Rick, as we've discussed, is learning on the fly can be highly problematic. So try,
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
leave it at that.
Okay.
All right. Any
this
other
is,
questions?
Yeah, this is, well, maybe more of just a statement. This is Christina, Smoke Management Field Coordinator, ODIA. From a field perspective and being the person that's in charge of the audit program, which includes fuel loading estimation, I just want to put it out there again that I don't think that the acreage is necessarily the best metric for deciding where to cut the line off, and when it has more to do with tonnage, because if you got 100 acres of grass versus 100 acres of slash, it's going to be quite different, and your tonnage and your smoke's going to be quite a bit different. And I know that we've come to some agreements in Bend that they've taken their 200-acre units, for example, and cut it down to little 50-acre chunks, which is good practice to cut off if you had to. But I also know how restrictive and how costly that becomes per acre when you have a small chunk and you have to gather up all your resources to burn that, and you're only allowed 50 acres. And so just putting it out there, people have ideas like how we can get a better matrix utilizing the tonnage estimation rather than the acreage. It would be great. And I know the forecasters are having to find some data point to use, and acreage works for them, but just want to put that perspective out there.
I have something to add on that. This is Margaret, Oregon DEQ. I definitely sympathize with the forecasters for, not necessarily having, being able to pinpoint exactly what parameter to set to know that we're not going to have an intrusion in those tricky areas. But I absolutely agree that collecting data on those areas can help make informed decisions for future rulemakings related to smoke. There are smoke management plans in other states that have de minimis rules. Those rules being that you can burn X amount of acres or X amount of tons, in a much easier way, that without the same permitting parameters, without these things. And our state doesn't have that at this point because we don't have a lot of data about whether or not that's feasible in some of these tricky areas. And I think the more information we collect in, say, the West Bend area, the more we can make informed decisions on opening up the burning in that capacity to have those de minimis rules be adopted in our state. And I think that then what you're coming at is you have a lot greater and more expansive opportunity to do smaller burns without the hoops to jump through. And I don't know how familiar you are with the de minimis rules, but I can send some language on that.
One thing I wanted to add, Pete, correct me if I'm wrong. I think we were mainly talking about the number of acres because of the number of stumps that we might have had to smolder. Isn't that right?
Right. Well, they had 100, the sisters unit, they had 100 acres. And I think there were some stumps in there, but there were some, not necessarily, again, the stumps may be different from the stumps in the West Bend thing too. But yeah, there were some stumps in there, but it was just 100-acre unit where the days burning on that unit went out, but it was the stuff that was smoldering overnight that was enough to go into a drainage and cause that significant, impact into sisters. And I thought that was interesting. Granted, I'm with Rick 100%. I'm with Christina 100%. It's not a direct comparison, but at least it's something to look at. That's all I was pointing out.
Amanda Rao, prescribed fire coordinator for the Oregon Department of Forestry. And I just want to chime in based on years of having burned on the Sisters Ranger District as a fuels technician there, that the proximity of that area, of that community to two major mountain passes should be considered. That was what tended to mess with us the most when we were burning, was the fact that Mackenzie Pass and Santiam Pass were always kind of vying for which was going to influence us more. And the drainages in the area are not as significant as like the Deschutes River, for example. I mean, you have the Metolius, which the Metolius Basin is its own thing unto itself because of how cold it gets. But when you're just talking about Sisters itself, the drainages they're significant, but I think there's an interaction between those mountain passes and the cold air coming off the mountains and the drainages. And I think if you want to look at something, that's what you need to pay attention to. And that's what's dissimilar. I mean, Bend is also proximal to the mountains and cold air, but it doesn't have those two really distinct mountain passes coming straight into the community. And so that's what I think is going on at Sisters, if you want my 2 cents. And I want to chime in to support what Christina said, that I've had burns there that were very small that caused huge impacts, and I've had huge burns that caused no impacts. And so it's not about the size of the unit, it's about the volume of material and how much of it's available. And that can be very difficult to determine as a burn boss or fuels technician when you're about to go burn. We typically don't collect enough data points in fuel moisture of the duff layer or duff layer moisture, some of the fuel moistures as well. And I don't see anybody out there cutting into stumps and probing them to find out how much moisture is in them. So we don't really even know how available the stumps are. And they typically don't get accounted for very well when the fuel loading is being accounted for. And I'm sure Christina can attest to that as the person going out validating this stuff. So I think the two things that need to really be looked at more closely are what is the actual volume of available fuel as opposed to what we think is going to carry fire. Because when a prescribed burner is modeling this stuff, they model for how fire is going to be carried. And the fire effects modeling that it deals with smoke and consumption is not used very much. And it's used on the back end. When I worked there, we would run consume so that we could get an actual measure of what we thought was going to be consumed. That's why it's called consume as a program. And that's not used when you're doing a burn plant. You use behave when you're doing a burn plant to get fire behavior metrics. So I guess that's just reflections I have as, somebody who worked there for many years and had a lot of these kinds of incidents. None of this surprises me, by the way. I've parked my truck at 4 a.m. on the highway with my light bars on going, I should have had the flaggers ordered up. And, those are the kind of learning on the fly I did not enjoy. And I'd love to see some of that information used for, better practices moving forward.
This is Gregory. Amanda, follow-up question if you know the answer. On the two fires talked about, were they both lit early in the morning, or did they both get lit late in the morning or more in the afternoon?
Well, I'm telling you more like I couldn't even tell you how many burns there I've done, but I've done many burns that were small. Yep. And I went, well, that shouldn't cause problems. And then I got some smoke over the highway. It went down into Indian Ford community or somewhere following some path, and other burns where I think it had more to do with just literally the volume of available fuel, whether was it a first entry or not. Okay. If you're going in a second entry, the likelihood that you're going to have smoke impacts is pretty small, but first entries, you can almost assume that it's going to happen there. Yeah, but yeah, I'm just really concurring with what Christina is saying, that the acres should not be focused on. And it's easier to focus on because that's the number we get. The harder number to get is actual volume.
It's easy to get that number.
It is, but it's not easy to get volume.
Go look and pace it off and you're done with it.
Right.
It's just much more difficult.
Yeah.
I do agree with you that we should be collecting that data that you're mentioning, fuel moistures and a better idea of the actual loading. And so what resources are needed, from burners to be able to, effectively do that? Because I think if we can make more informed decisions and we collect that information, we can, change the rules accordingly. And acreage is an easy one that everybody, the communities understand. And so if there's a way to convert it, if we know, like for the de minimis rules, if like there's never loading that's greater than X, and you can accomplish, you can convert it to an acres only. That's a very easy thing to put in rule. It gets very complicated when you start putting in You know, how you're gonna, like you said, how you're gonna measure the fuel loading and how it's consumed. But if I'm just an advocate for, it's hard to make decisions without the data. And so, yeah, we're kind of, but I'd be happy to write in and we could work on policy option packages that give us, you know, do we need to provide burn bosses with fuel moisture meters, or is that even feasible? Or what could we do to make more informed decisions?
So that's, Margaret, that's part of the things I do when I visit or do burn boss refreshers, as people invite me to different things, is I try to educate them on how to estimate fuel loading exactly for the reasons that we're talking about. And some of the things that have helped me cooperatively is, like, at one point, Forest Service BLM agreed to use my simple fuel loading methodology to get everybody on the same standard operating procedures. And so that helped greatly, because then people were suddenly focusing on, oh, I need to count the stumps. Oh, and I need to count the duff and these kinds of things that wasn't necessarily being taken into account with photo series or ocular estimations. And so that has been a push since I've started the job. Since the pandemic, things have maybe disseminated a little bit, and it would maybe be helpful to try to increase the education campaign again on that front, but that's just a possible solution.
So maybe it's a performance metric that we should offer trainings. Just, we could add it to the queue of our performance measures.
You got nodding to Gregor and I just looked at each other and nodding our heads. So yeah, that's what sounds like, right in line with the conversation we were having earlier today about our performance metrics and how to measure that. And I did want to catch Gabriella too, because she had her hand up for a bit now as well.
Hi, thanks all. And sorry, no surprise, the legislator wanted to talk longer than 1 hour. So back here a little later than expected. And Amanda, we haven't met. I'm with the, I introduced myself earlier, but with the environmental public health hat on, and that insight that you just shared, that learning that of course it never enters my realm, about first entry as a time that you can, of course, make sense, expect higher smoke impacts. That's something that knowledge about that and when that's going to happen can really factor into communications to the community. If we know what proportion of burns are going, that are near SSRAs or other communities, that's something that's actionable, through community response planning, et cetera. So, sorry, I'm jumping in the middle of this agenda item, but just flagging something that would be of interest to us to figure out how to use that and how to develop those systems now, while we're still in the mode of wanting to expand the acreage across this state, but knowing that we're heading towards a future with burning a lot more. And so now's the time to really pilot and figure out how do we use that kind of knowledge to help protect public health while things ramp up.
I'd like to thank everyone for the engaging conversation and that for the topic. It really added some extra benefit to what those the amount of information and insight we can get from some of those that new definition of having a smoke incident, and how we can learn from that as opposed to waiting or learning from just when intrusions happen, and utilizing all the information and data available to us. So appreciate just want to appreciate the conversation.
Wow. Quite the tail end of the day conversation and insights. Amanda, thank you for participating. Since you're here and there's also a wealth of people in the Sisters area that have been burners or still are burners, it might serve us well along this line of commentary that we've had in the last half an hour to an hour, is if we could convene, some sort of collaborative question and answer. Here's the problem. What's an insight that you have about the problem as stated? Or have we misstated the problem? The problem is this, the problem is something else that we learned through some dialogue back and forth. Could be very, very insightful for us, especially as you hook up with the 1 hour exemption and what that, we already know just in the first few times that makes a difference. So I leave it to you. I don't have the experience. I have some experience, but I don't live in the area, so it's not easy for me to have a dialogue, but between yourself and some others, and maybe Christina as well. And the likes of Mark Rapp still around and, well, Rod Bonaker's. Anyway, just a tail end thought for the afternoon. And thanks for being here and participating. And Gabrielle, thank you for coming back into the room. Pete, thanks.
Gabriella, did you have another question there? Or is your hand just hand stuck up there? Okay.
Margaret?
It happens to all of us on
Do
Zoom.
you have
land.
something else, Margaret? No.
Nope.
All right.
Okay, so to catch back up here, we did a little out of order. Well, we had the unfortunate power outage on the coast. So this was the last topic of the day for it. So I want to thank everyone for the participation and talking through all the various, the robust, I want to call it a robust agenda we had today and fitting into the theme and looking with that future lens. So I think there was with that aspects of moving forward, it gives us both ODF, DEQ, and OHA some direction to help make ensure that the committee's business can be conducted efficiently and gives us and helps move towards that metric for it as we keep trying to continuous improvement with the smoke management program for Oregon. So with that, I'm to thank everyone. I'm gonna leave it to Chair McLaren to close us to adjourn the meeting.
Thank you all. Thank you all for coming, being here, participating. This keeps getting better, more engaged. Thank you, and we're adjourned.
Thank you.
One.